yes, it is that time once more. The Captain's Cast on a Saturday. Boy, they sure don't make them like the Penguin, do they? Joker for Leah, dear. What a disappointment. Mr. Producer, let's kick it off, shall we?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. Our continuing mission to explore strange, new, nerdy worlds. To seek out new life and new nerdy civilizations. These are the voyages of the Starship, Swords, and Starships. Hi, how are you? I'm Captain Garrett, and today we're going to be talking about the Penguin. Folks, this show is so good. It is so awesome. And you know what's fascinating about it is a master class in how you can actually have a brilliant female character who does not usurp the main protagonist. I hope you're out there, Joseph Ricci, because Joseph Ricci on this channel is telling me, Captain, this is, I think he thinks it's a bait and switch. So far, I don't think so. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I think this show does everything correctly in all the same ways that woke storytelling does things incorrectly. So we'll talk about that. Joker has so completely imploded that it's being pushed out of IMAX theaters by Deadpool and Wolverine. Think about that, folks. Deadpool and Wolverine is still in theaters and is pushing Joker for Leander out of IMAX theaters. Meanwhile, Beetlejuice, who could have predicted this? Beetlejuice beat Joker for Leander in the box office take last weekend. It's a complete disaster. Meanwhile, in the top 10 charts of Samba TV, guess which show is not on the chart? That would be Agatha all along. And guess which show is number one in the United States? That would be The Penguin. The Penguin. Starring the brilliant Colin Farrell as Oswald Cobblepot. They never say his last name in it, though, which kind of bugs me because I want them to say his last name. I want them to say Cobblepot because it's such a cool last name. But the babe that plays Sophia Falcone is, I mean, she is a tour de force. She is exceptional in this show. And what's great about it is she's able to be, she's the antithesis of what we're talking about when we're talking about a girl boss. Because she goes through hell, she has vulnerability, she has weaknesses, she makes mistakes, she learns lessons, but when she is being lethal or dangerous, it's always in a way that is plausible, that's believable, and that flows naturally from her character and the experiences she's gone through. There are still open questions. You know, the show could still go downhill. I have no illusions about that. It could still go downhill. There's always 4 episodes to it for it to just go totally off the rails. But so far, this show's a 10 out of 10 for me. Like, perfect 10. Yeah. And credit must go to the actress who plays her. Her name escapes me at the moment. Hang on a second. I know I'm probably roboting because I pulled up IMDb, which seems to be terrible. But Kristen Melody, that's who it is. Kristen Melody as Ryan Kinel, the angriest man on the internet, notes, quite the babe. A babe in all of the truest sense of the words. You know what's so fascinating is She is pulling off what the Shills, when the Shills say so stunning, so brave, oh, so empowering, so much agency. Like, she pulls off all of those qualities in an actual way, in a real and organic way that flows naturally from her character. It's fantastic. Oh, but we're just misogynists. We just hate female characters. We just hate it when they have any strong role in a series. Nonsense, rubbish, hogwash. So we have that to talk about. I have a whole bunch of funnies for you. Godzilla -1 is back, folks. They're bringing it back to theaters November 1st. Go get your tickets if you can. I will have my tickets. I cannot wait. I can't wait to see it in the theater again. I get to see it one more time at least, hopefully. Maybe a couple more times in the theaters. I'll probably see it as many times as I can see it. But I'm banking on at least one viewing in IMAX because I've never seen it in IMAX, so I'm super excited. I pre-ordered the Japan edition of the Steelbook. We're going to have a Godzilla -1 like re-review party before the end of the year. We're going to have the top 10 we're going to have the top 10 best and worst films of the year after Christmas on this channel. We're going to have the top 10 best and worst TV shows. And I can tell you what, The Penguin is definitely going to be somewhere in that top 10. Believe you me. Madam Web is going to be in that top 10. But where it is in that top 10 might surprise you. And we're going to do a rewatch of the Lord of the Rings trilogy for our build up to Christmas time. Because I think it's long overdue. I'm going to see if I want to talk my cousin into rewatching Star Wars Original Saga Machete Order. I really want to do that this year as well. So I got a whole lot. I got a bunch of things in the hopper, and we're working on it. But most importantly, my dear chat, I will be at the Nerdrotic meetup in San Antonio this Wednesday, October 23rd. So if you would like to meet them, go there, because that's probably who you'd want to meet. But if, on the other hand, you're interested in meeting your dear captain, I'll be there. I'll hang out with you. I'm going to pretend I don't know you, but I'll hang out with you. No, I'm just kidding. Come say hello. I'll be there. I'll be just as nervous as anyone else. I'm not good at these things. I mean, I'm good at public speaking. I'm not good at, like, mingling. That's sort of a failing of mine. I'm a nerd. I'm socially awkward. What do you want from me? I'm doing the best I can. Okay? I didn't know you were Mr. Perfect! Jeez, I need that Jim Carrey clip. I didn't know you were Mr. Perfect! That's for Dumb and Dumber. All right, let's get to the chat, shall we?
And here we go.
Why, Fu Man Blue is in the chat. It's showtime, says Fu Man Blue. That would be the Master at Arms aboard the ship. Grand Master is in the chat. Says, hello, Captain. Permission to come aboard. I wanted to let you all know that I will be listening to the show, but I'll be away from the keyboard. I will comment when I can. Why, thank you, Grand Master. Permission to come aboard? Granted, sir. Never... What is the phrase the captain always uses? Never required, always granted. And extending an ahoy to Fu Man Blue in best maritime tradition. And I appreciate that, Grandmaster. In fact, and I read your suggestions in the Discord. Remember, the Discord perma-link invite is in the description. So join the Discord because Grandmaster has suggested a few topics of conversation, and we'll be discussing them in the show. Who else do we have? Why, look what the Get Dragged In. Starfury is in the chat. Says, howdy, people. Starfury. I love that you changed your profile picture from Garrus Vakarian, the greatest character in Mass Effect, let's just face it, to the greatest monster in the Monsterverse, which is Godzilla from Godzilla -1, I think. I'm pretty sure. Can we just take a moment to appreciate this? I mean, I wasn't going to get into this early in the stream, but I can't help myself. I cannot help myself. It's one of the greatest films of all time. It just is. It's in my top 10 films of all time. Share screen. Let's see. Here it is. Here it is. This is from the official Toho Studios. Godzilla -1 and Godzilla -1 minus color return to theaters November 1st. Experience the Academy Award-winning visual effects. It should have been the best picture of the year, let's face it. On the big screen with 13 minutes of behind-the-scenes content. Tickets on sale now. Oh, my God. Isn't that gorgeous? That is beautiful. There he is. That's our boy. That's our boy. Oh, no, what happened there? Trash in the city, trashing ship. Dude, the finale of this film takes place at sea with ships fighting him. It's like a nautical, it's a nautical man's dream, and the captain is a nautical man. Like, the fact that the finale of the film is fought at sea is one of the best things ever, with like an admiral leading a fleet. Dude, what's the name of the ship in it? Boat in Godzilla -1. What's the name of it? The Shinsei Maru. Oh God, I feel ashamed that I didn't remember that off the top of my head. The Shinsei Maru. That sea where he's chasing it is one of the most iconic things I've ever seen. Just fantastic. So I am fired up for the return of Godzilla -1 to theaters. Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Says, ahoy, Starshippers. Ahoy, Anthony Timmons. Welcome aboard, sir. Assume you'll post. Starfury says, I will be watching the Lord of the Rings extended edition over Christmas. We will join you, Starfury. We will discuss the films as we build up to Christmas. Skunk's Workshop is in the chat. Says, I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm not going 4 hours south. Oh, geez, Skunks. Well, that's not very sporting of you. No, I'm just kidding. I understand. That's... Grandmaster says ahoy to Fury. Skunk says, quote, I guess I forgot you never ever make a mistake. Oh, that's right. That's from Dumb and Dumber. I guess I forgot that you never ever make a mistake. Oh, Dumb and Dumber is one of the best. It's one of the best comedies ever. Star Fury says, it is G-1, the best monster in any universe. It really is. It really is. I feel like Godzilla, like Superman would have a hard time with Godzilla. Like that would be a slog. That'd be a tough fight. I'll tell you, one of the things I love about the show Invincible is how the Viltrumites, which are roughly the equivalent to a Kryptonian, they struggle to defeat these kind of Cthulhu-like monsters that just come out of the sea every now and then, and they have to beat the crap out of them. And you see the main character, Invincible, the titular character, and I never miss an opportunity to use the word titular in its proper context. The titular character, Invincible, the eponymous, also the eponymous and titular character, Invincible, fights these monsters, and he gets his ass kicked. It's kind of impressive. So there you go. Stormcrow. Gentle Stormcrow is in the chat. Says, I'll be there in your dreams. Stormcrow, that's just kind of a weird way to put it. You know what I'm saying? With a kissy emoji. What? What's up with that? Stormcrow. He marches to the beat of his own drum, folks. What is Yakukaze, Staffedy? Have you just made me say something naughty? Anthony says, G's atomic breath in Godzilla -1 was terrifying. I can't praise that enough, Anthony. Like that... Listen, that film, Godzilla -1, of course, is a masterwork of storytelling. That's not hyperbole. I don't say that about very many films, novels, etc. Like that was a master class in storytelling, because every moment of that film came at just the right time to increase the tension, increase the stakes, and make it clear to the audience what was at stake, what was going to be lost if this thing was not stopped. I just love how that moment when Shikishima has just lost Noriko and is like screaming at Godzilla with just impotent rage, and Godzilla's just in the smoke and the fire and all the hell that he's just unleashed, and it's like a nuclear bomb. This thing is undefeatable. It is undefeatable. And Shkishkiva is literally on his knees, screaming in fury. And at that moment in the film, on the first viewing, I'm like, how are they going to defeat this thing? There's no way to defeat him. And that's what I'm thinking. But all I knew is, that's what I like to see, Shkishkima. You're pissed. Use that anger. Use it. I was just fantastic, because then when you have the incredible final act of the film, it's just as Commander Bill Adama of Battlestar Galactica was fond of saying, now we're playing for all the marbles, folks. We're playing for all the marbles, and we got to roll the hard six. And that's what's so great about the final act. Everything is on the line, and it's all down to this crazy, borderline harebrained scheme of luring Godzilla into this trap. And it all rests on our hero's shoulders. A man who literally is living with the shame of being a coward at the beginning of the film. It's brilliant. It's just exceptional. I love that movie. Where was I in the chat? Grandmaster says, questions for the chat and the captain. Here. Favorite Godzilla movie or list of the best ones? Well, I think I've already spoiled that. Godzilla -1 is the best Godzilla film ever made. Pretty much by a mile. Like, it's not even close. But my second favorite Godzilla film would be Godzilla 1985. Because I grew up with that. That was the movie that introduced me to Godzilla. I was a kid in the 80s. That's the movie I saw, and I loved it. And I was like, where has this been all my life? So Godzilla 1985, and then I would say, but probably the second, like, objectively, the original Godzilla is a brilliant film. And Godzilla -1 is very much a spiritual successor to that first film. It mirrors a lot of the beats in that first film, which goes to show you can do an homage to a work without being derivative. And that's really what Godzilla -1 does. It mirrors a lot of the beats of the original film and a lot of the moral questions of the original film while also being its own film. So there you go. Second question, what are your criterias for determining best Godzilla? What is worst Godzilla? Well, the worst Godzilla film, in my view, is, I think it's Godzilla X Kong for me. I know, I'm a real spoil sport. I really despise the Monarch vision of Godzilla. Look, I understand if you just enjoy kaiju beating each other up. I'm fine with that. I understand that. I'm not knocking you for liking it. I'm just saying that for me, there's really no moral weight in those films. There's no actual, like, I feel very little emotion when I'm watching Godzilla X. That movie was ridiculous. Like, that movie was a mess. And I don't even hate all the Monarch films. I liked Kong Skull Island. I thought that was a cool movie. There was a lot of cool stuff in there. The first Godzilla, King of the Monsters movie wasn't too bad. But here's the problem. I think that Godzilla is, at the end of the day, it is a fable about, it's a parable about the destructiveness of human nature and our arrogance, and the fact that we have unleashed nuclear weapons on the world, and Godzilla represents that sin coming back to haunt us. And so my favorite Godzilla is when he's a monster and when he represents the sins that we've committed. Now, the problem with the Monarch Godzilla is we detonated nuclear weapons on Bikini Atoll to try and kill it. And so it's not our fault that he's coming. It was actually, it rewrites the history of nuclear weapons to we were just defending ourselves against this monster. When in reality, what actually happened was we created the worst nightmarish weapon ever imaginable, far more powerful than Nagasaki or Hiroshima, far more powerful. And we just nuked a Pacific island and irradiated our own planet, which is ridiculous. That's insanity. It's absolutely insane that we invented the hydrogen bomb. Insane. It's one of the reasons I love Oppenheimer, because Oppenheimer brilliantly shows how mad it was to invent a bomb 100 times more powerful than Nagasaki. 100 times more powerful than those weapons. Who needs that? Nobody needs that. Anyway, that's the sin, right? And Godzilla properly represents that. And what I find now, there is the sin of arrogance that is portrayed in the Monarch films, because the idea is we think we're superior to nature, and the lesson we have to learn is that we're not. Whatever. I just don't find that as compelling. But what really bugs me about Godzilla X Kong is there's no fear of loss. A good monster in the house story must have a fear of loss. There must be something we as the audience don't want to see the main characters lose. And it has to be something beautiful. It has to be something innocent. It has to be something good. And for me, Shikishima is being too hard on himself. That's number one. Like, his parents wanted him to come home from the war alive, but he still thinks of himself as a coward. And it's not quite totally his fault. So he's partially innocent of the crime he's convicted himself of. That's number one. Number two, we have Noriko, who is, like him, now an orphan of war. And, you know, she is this basically good person who's lost everything, just like he has. And then third, she's adopted this little girl, Akiko, who also is an orphan, literally, and has no one. And out of the kindness of her heart, she's adopted her, that is. She has adopted her, and they formed this kind of unconventional family. And if Godzilla wins, all of that will be lost. And that creates a profound sense of emotional urgency in the story, right? The problem with Godzilla X Kong is I don't care about all these idiots running around, you know, with dumb expository monologue. I just don't care. I don't care. I can't even name one. I can't even name one of the characters of Godzilla X. That is the human characters. I can't name any of them. I can kind of see them in my mind when I think about them, but, like, I don't care about their story. I don't care about the silly plot that they invented for them. That's the difference for me. That's the difference. So, does that answer your question? You sent me on a rant right the early part of the stream. Stop it. He says Godzilla -1, and then the first three original Godzilla Toho movies from the 50s. Yeah, I agree. Those are quality Godzilla. And Godzilla 1985 was about those themes that I was referring to, you know. So King Kong is kind of another interesting study, because King Kong is a story about man's inhumanity to nature, and man's Paradise Lost is really what King Kong is about. It's about in our attempts to take a piece of paradise and commoditize it, we destroyed it. And that's really the parable of the original King Kong narrative. So there are powerful philosophical themes in the original King Kong and Godzilla stories that I think are deeply meaningful and literary. And I'm not saying you can't have Godzilla versus Mothra. I'm not saying you can't have a couple dopey Godzilla fights once in a while. I'm just saying, for me, it's a better story when it has that emotional weight to it. And by the way, this is very important. The films do not overtly lecture you about any of these. These are all themes that are below the surface. These are all kind of subconscious themes, right? The film does not literally tell you, when it's done right, it does not literally tell you Godzilla is our fault. We destroyed the planet, and now he's giving us what we deserve, which is what a stunning and brave girl boss woke character would do. A stunning and brave woke character would lecture us literally about how this is all, you know, our punishment or whatever. And what's beautiful about the original Godzilla and King Kong films is they don't state any of that. They just show you the unfolding of human avarice and arrogance, and they just allow that to breathe within the narrative, and that's what makes it powerful. Terminator's the same thing. Terminator is a parable about us being self-destructive and the results of that. Like, really, the Terminator is just a middleman. The Terminator is the result of us creating another weapon, and this weapon is now turned on us, right? That's really what Terminator is. So that, and you don't have to be told any of that. You just feel it. in the film. Let's see. Anthony Timmons with his vote. Best Godzilla -1, worst Godzilla 1998. Now that's a fair argument, Anthony. I almost said Godzilla 1998, which is the Matthew Broderick American Godzilla, where he's just kind of an animal. He's not invincible. There's no heat ray. Ugh, lame. Avoid. It's like skim milk. Avoid, as Ron Swanson would say. However, I still think Godzilla X Kong is worse, and I'll tell you why. Because at least Godzilla 1998 preserved the moral theme of the story, which is that we created this thing with nuclear weapons testing, and it just wants to live. We're destroying it. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of something.
I was so worried, but now everything's okay.
Be amazed, ladies and gentlemen, because
We are clearly looking at the greatest hero to ever exist on this great earth.
what? Oh, sure. When Godzilla destroys half the city and kills the unstoppable threat to save the world, everyone cheers. But when I do it, everyone gets all grouchy and judgmental.
I see how it is.
Hey, way to go, Godzilla. You killed those awful creatures that only wanted to breed. You know who else wanted to procreate at the expense of humanity? Zod. That's right. You're welcome.
That's really part of the answer to your question, Grandmaster, because like that last little bit about how they're all cheering for Godzilla like he's some kind of weird, he's a superhero. He's not a superhero. He's a destructive, at best, he's a destructive animal who's just nesting, and his nesting is creating all this mayhem. But he's still a walking natural disaster. So the way that the Monarch movies treat him as this hero, like that's the worst part of Godzilla X Kong. They treat him as this hero while he's trashing ancient Roman bridges and cathedrals that have stood for hundreds of years, and he trashes them. And they're like, oh, wow, thank you, Godzilla. He wipes out an entire apartment block. Just, in the words of Jesse Pinkman, just as a move. You know what I mean? He just wipes it out. All these people dead. And he's, oh, yay, Godzilla. It's like, I can't stand that, man. I just hate that. I don't. Well, how can it's so true what Superman is saying there. Because if Captain America does that, he gets we have to have the Sokovia Accords. If Superman does that, we have to collar the Justice League. But if Godzilla does it, it's like, oh yeah, trash as many cities and priceless relics. Trash the freaking pyramids. Nobody cares. Yeah, good job, Godzilla. Thanks for helping us. It's ridiculous, man. Godzilla needs to be held accountable. We need the Godzilla Commission. The Foreigner Belt says, it's like that song by Blue Oyster Cult that says, history shows again and again how nature points out the folie of men. Go, go, Godzilla. It's meant to be folly, but it's the French word folie. I think. It could be. Tom is in the chat, says, ahoy all. Ahoy, Tom. Good to see you. He prefers to lurk. That is his custom. But Tom, the chat loves you, Tom. The chat loves you. Chat, do we love Tom? Do we love Tom in this chat? He's like Peter in Deadpool and Wolverine. All the Deadpools love Peter. Peter's like their favorite thing. Yes, yes. Foreigner Belt says, hail, Captain. Hail, fellow crewmates. Hail, Foreigner Belt. Assume you'll post. Stoffity says, I always thought the original King Kong and the original Godzilla are cousins and a great double feature. They are. They're a box set. Fu Man Blue says, I tried to watch the Mothra Godzilla movie the other day. It's hard. As a kid, though, I mean, yeah, it's a little rough to get through, but I remember liking it. I liked that one. That was a good one. Fu Man Blue says, I get why I love them as a kid, but after Star Wars, I cared about anything else tangentially at best. Stoffity says, Godzilla is way more cuddly. He is. He's way more cuddly. He's kind of adorable when he's chasing the Shinsei Maru. He's kind of just, he's got these big human eyes, these big lovable eyes, He's just nesting. That's all. Neutron Pack says Godzilla X Kong still made more than $500 million, which is insane. I know it is. Look, I don't hold it against anyone to like the movie. It just doesn't hold a candle to something like Godzilla -1 for me. And I will say, but objectively, the plot was a mess. Like, the plot was nonsense in that movie. So, but it is what it is. Look, there's a lot of fun shots of Godzilla and Kong trashing each other, and that's fine. It's fine. Star Fury says, but humans are assholes, whilst Godzilla does his shit with style. That's true. He gets off the hook because he's an animal, and that's not fair. That's not fair at all. He's like a super predator. He's like an apex predator, and he's trashing our civilization, and we just give him a pass. It would be fair to say, could we get Godzilla? Could we aim Godzilla at these other monsters, but do it in a way where he doesn't have to, take out half of the Colosseum when he wakes up from his nap? You know what I mean? Tom loves the chat. Tom loves the chat. Skunk's Workshop says, Tom is your navigator. OFC, we love him. That's interesting. I dubbed him the chaplain, but you may have a point, Skunks. He's the navigator. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, he's operating on instincts. Exactly. Wrangler is in the chat. Says, hey, everybody. Fu Man Blue. Tom is the creepy uncle that sits quietly in the corner. No, Tom is the uncle who hands out butterscotch candy. And tea. Shall we? Yeah, so I'm watching the show The Penguin. And we have an interesting episode in episode 4. So, spoilers for episode 3. But at the end of episode 3, Penguin's he's double dealing with everyone in this show. He's making secret deals and playing all the sides against each other, which is kind of brilliant. And it's why I say he's a great fool triumphant character, because he just lives by his wits and the seat of his pants, and he just manages to kind of just barely weasel his way out of bad situations, sometimes by cleverness, other times by dumb luck. And he's got this character of Victor, this kid who was trying to steal his car, but has now become his number 2 man. And there's some kind of charming scenes between him and Victor where he's kind of teaching Victor to stand up for himself, but also he's an awful person, It's just kind of fun. Anyway, his double dealing catches up with him, and the actress who plays, she's in so many things. She's an Iranian actress. I love this actress. She was in 24. She was so good in 24. What is her? I'm looking for her in the top cast here. You would think she would pop up. She plays one of the... Oh, there it is. There it is. Shohreh Aghdashloo. I have no idea. Yeah, here we go. You'll know her when you see her, because she's got this really gravelly voice. I don't know how to pronounce this. This is the actress, right? And she plays one of the Maronis. She plays one of the Maronis. And they are the rival family that Penguin threw under the bus, but now he's sided with, and he's playing Sophia against this family. So Sophia thinks Penguin's on her side. This family thinks Penguin's on their side, but then they find out he's not, and he's double dealing with Sophia. So they try to kill both Sophia and Penguin immediately throws Sophia under the bus. And then Victor helps Penguin escape, and he's like, screw her, leave her. He doesn't care at all. And so Sophia, we pick up episode 4 with Sophia has just found out that Penguin lied to her and has betrayed her and has left her for dead. And we get an extended flashback. We get an extended flashback of what her life has been in Arkham Asylum. Real quickly, though. Let me see if I can figure out how to pronounce this name.
Shorey Agdashlu.
Shorey Agdashlu.
Shorey Agdashlu. Shorey Agdashlu.
There you go. That's how you pronounce her name. Shorey Agdashlu. A brilliant Iranian actress. And anyhow, so the episode basically tells the backstory of how Sophia wound up in Arkham Asylum, how she got the moniker Hangman, the Hangman. And it's pretty interesting. There's definitely a kind of this is a why done it episode. This is basically a why done it episode in which she's trying to unravel the mystery of who essentially she believes her mother did not actually hang herself and self-delete. She believes that her mother was murdered, basically. And there's a string of other murders in nightclubs that her father frequents of other young women who were, murdered the same way. Basically, she starts asking questions, and it appears her father might have more to do with it than he's letting on. She begins to suspect her father might, whether directly or indirectly, have had a hand in her mother's death. And when her father finds out that she's investigating this with an investigative journalist, he pins it on her and has her thrown in Arkham Asylum as the Hangman. And what follows is an extraordinarily harrowing story of what she went through in this horrifying asylum. And I got to tell you, in terms of the Batman lore, one of the brilliant things about this Batman universe is that Gotham is a really great character in the story. And the way they portray Arkham Asylum, it's got equal parts grounded reality and comic book fantasy. I can see this as the Arkham Asylum of the Arkham video games, where Batman has to come in and take care of all these crazies. It's terrifying, but in a way that's just this side of real and just this side of fantasy. This show really walks that line well. It really, because it's not quite as gritty, realistic as the Nolan universe, but neither is it as fantastical as the Tim Burton universe, right? It kind of is right down the middle of this is definitely a comic book city, but this also is a show that could easily be a Sopranos or The Wire style grounded crime drama, right? So there is one line, it needs to be said. There is one line in the show that kind of somewhat implies that this is Sophia calls out all the men who've lied to me my whole life. And so there's a bit of the battle of the sexes there, but it's not in the context of the larger story. I think it's okay. I think it's still you can just tell, look, the thinking of most Hollywood writers. It just is what it is. But it's grounded enough in the character of who she is that it makes a lot of sense. So now, one of the fascinating things about the show's choice to depart in episode 4 and give us this backstory. Now, in the wrong timing or in the wrong context, this could have been, I think, a really annoying theft from the main character, which is Oswald. That would be the Penguin, the titular Penguin. However, the fact that she is, I believe, based on what I'm seeing, she is being set up as a serious rival to Oswald. I mean, if anything, she is the antagonist. She's the primary antagonist of his character arc. So the fact that he has been manipulating her for, 3 episodes. He's been lying to her that he killed her brother. The fact that all of this has been building up, and finally it's come to a head where he has completely betrayed her, and now she knows he killed her brother. All bets are off. That is an excellent point in the story for us to now find out what's making her tick and what's driving her. And it really ratchets up the tension and it tells a pretty brilliant story of, it's really her origin story of how she has become who she is, which is a pretty scary character. And that goes largely to the brilliant performance of the actress. She's just doing such a great job. What's the one more time, because I keep Kristen Milioti. I think I mispronounced it before. Kristen Milioti. She's able to do, like, she has these moods as an actor where it's like 1 minute she seems a little off kilter, a little crazy, a little psychotic, and then she'll kind of swerve back into someone with compassion and vulnerability. And she does it kind of on a dime, and it's clearly the fact that she was a pretty sane and good character before she went into Arkham, and now she's kind of psychotic because of what happened to her, which is a pretty brilliant story arc, really. So in a way, she was turned into something. She was falsely accused of being something, which Arkham then turned her into, which is a pretty interesting story. So I'm here for it, I think, and the finale of this 4th episode is excellent. It is excellent. So she is being set up to be a really excellent rival and threat for the Penguin that he's going to have to deal with, and how that's all going to play out, I have no idea. But now what's really noteworthy about her character, and I wasn't even really thinking about this too much as I was watching it because I was just immersed in the story and really pulled in with the whole thing. This is a show that I don't really think much about until after I've watched it because I'm just so immersed and enjoying it so much. But I will say that it occurred to me to sort of compare her to the typical girl boss trope, right? Which is this kind of Mary Sue character. She's got all these feminist grievances. I would say a great comparison is the character of May in The Acolyte. May in The Acolyte. Why do I say it like that? I don't know, because that's just how it's said. I don't know why. Don't ask me these things. It's instinct. The captain is nothing if not a man of raw instinct. And I somehow know that I'm correct when I say The Acolyte. Because that's how lesbian headlamp thinks of it in her head. Like, that's how she thinks of it. She's like, The Acolyte. It's The Acolyte. She's just so proud of it. Now, in The Acolyte, May is this character that is immediately portrayed as, although she's doing bad things, she has a good reason. And she deserves... Yeah, I'm telling you, even before they reveal the fact that May's, cult mother was, run through by the Jedi unfairly, when she turned into an evil smoke monster. Whatever. God, that show's so stupid. But anyway... Even before we heard the inevitable backstory that the Jedi had done her mom dirty and she had this legitimate axe to grind, the show clearly likes May, and the show clearly, is telegraphing that she has a just reason for killing all these Jedi. And by the end of the story, not only has May become sort of vindicated and is really actually a praiseworthy person, her sister Osha joins her in her vengeance and malevolence when Osha kills Master Soul, and it becomes Osha who's the leader of this vengeance quest. And the show ends by praising both of them as being stunning and brave because they've reclaimed their agency. What's fascinating is there's no implication in The Penguin that Sophia is to be praised for anything she's doing one way or the other. The show establishes that in order to become, it actually creates a real backstory of the harrowing nightmare that Sophia endured and survived. If anything, if The Acolyte had been done correctly, I would actually say that the coven of witches that Osha and May lived under was a hellish, terrifying cult that was abusing them, and the Jedi rescued Osha. And the reason May is killing the Jedi is because they failed to rescue her. That's what I would have written. Me personally, if I were fixing it, that's what I would say is May hated the Jedi because they saved Osha but abandoned her, right? But really what happened was the Jedi tried to save them both and couldn't. I think that would be a reasonable backstory. And it could also partly be that May is just a damaged, malevolent person who is just she's psychotic. She's just psychotic, and she holds the Jedi accountable for the miserable life she's had. There's plenty of great characters in literary fiction that fit that mold. They just want... Actually, a great character, Johnny Ringo in Tombstone. Why is he such a piece of shit? Because he wants revenge. Why? Because, as Doc Holliday puts it, for being born. He wants revenge on the world for being born. Because that's just the kind of man he is. I feel like you could have done that with May and have it be that she makes up all these reasons why the Jedi are evil, but really she's just a psychotic B.I.H. And Osha tries to save her and fails, which would have been kind of interesting because we've seen Luke save his father. Would have been kind of an interesting juxtaposition to see Osha maybe fail, kind of wrong-headed, in a misguided quest. I'm rewriting Acolyte on the fly right here. The Jedi are trying to hunt down May at all costs because she is a dangerous threat, and Osha sabotages the Jedi's mission because she wants to save her sister, and the Jedi are insisting her sister is too dangerous to be left alive, similar to Anakin versus Obi-Wan, right? And so Osha, sabotages the Jedi mission, like rigs the ship so that, sabotages the hyperdrive or something so she can get to May first. And she tries to bring May back, and what she gets in return is May tries to kill her, and the Jedi have to save her. That'd be a way better story. But I'm way off topic here, because what I'm trying to say is the problem with the Acolyte is that May and Osha, it's completely unclear and unfocused what actual trauma they suffered. Whereas in The Penguin, what happens to Sophia is the result of her being part of this family of basically criminals, and the fact that they are basically framing her for their sins. And I think that is a brilliant setup for her story, and it fits neatly with everything that's happened so far. It twists the knife, because we already know that Oz betrayed her, but when we find out the depth of his betrayal and how vulnerable she was when he did, it twists the knife even further. And it's great because the show has never set out to portray Oz, that would be the Penguin, the titular Penguin, the eponymous Penguin. It has never set out to portray him as a good guy. He's not. And by the way, it's not even letting Sophia off the hook either. She's psychotic. She is a criminal. She is a criminal. She wanted to be the head of this family. So I don't feel the show is praising her in any particular way, even though the character is praising herself by the end of this episode. But the fact of the matter is, you definitely feel for her in the way that Oz totally threw her under the bus. But then again, he throws everybody under the bus because he is what he is, So anyway, she is a character that is flawed. She is a character that in the beginning is naive and foolish. She makes bad decisions that get her in trouble. She trusts the wrong people. She's betrayed, and she endures this harrowing ordeal. And when she comes out of it, she makes clear decisions about what she's going to do about it. So, in other words, she has all of the qualities the Wokies claim they want their characters to have, which is she is interesting, she's intelligent, she's beautiful, she is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous is Kristen Milioti. And she has agency. Now, what's fascinating is her character develops agency after it is stolen from her, and she has to find a way to survive completely alone. And that is what drives her character ultimately deciding what she wants her fate to be and what she wants her life to be. It's excellent. Well, I mean, really, all it is character-driven storytelling. That's all it is. The show doesn't have to tell us that she's stunning and brave. It doesn't have to tell us that she has agency. It doesn't have to show us that she never got help from a man. It's like, literally, she is a person who goes through this ordeal, and it creates who she becomes later. It's cause and effect, which is the foundation of great storytelling. In any case, that is to say, The Penguin thus far, 4 episodes out of 4, every one of them has been excellent. character-driven, fun, hilarious, interesting. It just pulls you in. It's a kind of Game of Thrones mafia story with, at the heart of it, is this character of the Penguin who is both odious and horrible. At the same time, he's somewhat likable and endearing, which is really funny. And Sophia has the same quality. She's beautiful and she's sympathetic. At the same time, she is psychotic and crazy, which is a bit redundant, but the captain will allow it. Now, Joseph Ricci, if you're out there, I know that you think this show goes off a cliff, and maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. So far, I'm saying I think this is an excellent show, and it's doing it right. It's doing it absolutely right. So check out The Penguin. Tom says, for the Starship lovers out there, there was a pretty cool gameplay tutorial reveal this morning for Squadron 42, Star Citizen, Epic Space Battles. Check it out. Well, thanks, Tom. We'll pull that up directly. Star Fury says, yes, exactly. She worked in Mass Effect. She was a Quarian admiral, and that would be, I got to see the name again to pronounce it. What was it? Shohreh Aghdashloo. Shohreh Aghdashloo. That's the actress, the Iranian actress. Yes, I immediately knew. Her voice is unmistakable. Yes, she played Admiral Ron. She played Admiral Ron in Mass Effect. How good is that, Star Fury? I know my Mass Effect lore. Fu Man Blue says, cool, I got a nifty ship in SC, but I only played for a couple of hours. Star Citizen, that would be. I only played for a couple of hours. I don't really talk to the guy that was showing me the ropes anymore, so I just walked away. Fu Man says, say, at Swords and Starships, what's up with the mug? Did you lose your sippy cup, or are you just waiting until I get that bib to you Wednesday? This is the thanks I get. This is the thanks I get for being here every Saturday or Sunday, interchangeably. It's coffee right now. That's my lucky coffee cup. Footman Blue says, that reminds me, I'll be on the road home next show. I'll be listening, though. Star Fury says, he got mugged at the nursery by a band of roving toddlers. What is this? Why are you infantilizing the captain? I don't understand that. Wrangler says, all those qualities won't matter to the Wokies until the story glorifies bad behavior. The Wokies are all about calling what's right wrong and what's wrong right. Yeah, a lot of them have just been drawn into a strange tribalistic cult in which they're like a dog chasing cars, is basically what they are. And when they see the car, they chase it. And I think this character, Sophia, is very popular with the Wokies because she actually achieves a lot of the things they want in their storytelling, but often fail to achieve. She's actually interesting. She's actually complex. She actually has a story that is immersive and pulls you in about what it's like to have your freedom and agency taken from you. She becomes an inmate in Arkham Asylum and is basically tortured. And it's horrifying and terrifying, and it fits beautifully into the narrative of Gotham City and all of its corruption. I mean, it completely works. And that's been a mainstay of the Batman story forever, which is that Arkham Asylum is kind of where they stick people. It's the Chateau d'If, like in the Count of Monte Cristo. It's the bad place you don't want to go, and and Batman fills it up with all of his crazy criminals that he catches. So, but what I will say is, I think they love this character for the most part because she is, through good writing, achieving what they actually want, but so often fail to achieve. So no, I actually think they're going to like this character. The difference is the show does not praise her, does not imply that she is to be morally praised for what she's doing. In fact, you have this character of Victor, who's this young guy. He's basically just a kid, and he's getting pulled into this dark world. And oh my God, I almost forgot. Like the third episode shows the backstory of what happened to Vic's parents. It is unbelievably heartbreaking and haunting, and it so perfectly brings into focus why Victor is doing the things he's doing, and it dovetails with the storyline with him and the Penguin beautifully. It's excellent. And it's clear to me that the show is that, Victor has an opportunity at one point in episode 3 to do the right thing and to leave the life of crime and to actually have a pretty good life with his girlfriend. He kind of is given a choice to, like, choose to be a law-abiding citizen with a wife and a family, living a good life, or does he want to continue going down this dark road with the Penguin? And he gets an actual opportunity to make that choice, and he sort of chooses to continue going down this dark road because of his own damage as a character. So the show does not praise any of these characters for the choices that they're making. It simply allows them to exist in this world and be who they are, and you as the character are pulled in by dint of how interesting or sympathetic they are. Stormcrow says, "Hail, Captain, just bought the physical copies of the first Law trilogy, but weirdly enough, we begin at the end. We'll read further to find out." Wait a minute. The first book, Stormcrow, this would be the first Law trilogy by Joe Abercrombie. Brilliant dark fantasy. Lord Grimdark, as his fans have dubbed him. Yes, I would start... The Blade itself, I think, is the first book. The first Law trilogy. I'm pretty sure it's The Blade itself is the first book. That's where you start. The Blade itself, Before They Are Hanged, is the second book. Brilliant. The second book is unbelievably good. It has a story about a siege of a city and a Golden Fleece cross-country adventure. It's got a kind of Lord of the Rings style Golden Fleece story in it too, which is unbelievably good. It is so good. And it involves a wizard, it involves a prince, it's so good. Now, but it's done with the sort of Lord Grimdark twist, Then you have The Last Argument of Kings, which ties it all off, and it's phenomenal. They're great books. But you start with The Blade itself. So I don't think you're starting at the end. Dear Stormcrow. Stormcrow says, yeah, the first chapter in The Blade itself starts at the end. It's been a while since I read it, so you'll see how it all fits together. It works. It all works. Fu Man Blue says, okay, I think I bought that. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Honestly, the audiobook production is read by Stephen Pacey, and he does all the different voices and accents of all these different characters. It's like a one-man play. It's unbelievably good, and I just love the audiobook because of Stephen Pacey's performance. It's like a movie. It's just like a movie. And, I love the character of Glocta. Why do I do this? It's the best. It's the best. Body found floating by the docks. If you know, you know, as the commander likes to say. So, yeah, if you're enjoying me waxing philosophical about Godzilla and the Penguin, make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure that notification bell is turned on. We are the Swords and Starships channel, and we are in pursuit of great nerd stories. Science fiction stories, fantasy, historical, anything with dashing, daring do adventure. How about this, though? The Penguin. How's this for performance, chat? I'm going to share this story. This is Samba TV, which measures viewership numbers in the domestic U.S. The Penguin, 4th week in a row at #1 in the Samba TV viewing number. So it is absolutely crushing it right now. And check that. I did watch the Menendez brothers. No. I watched, this is the one I watched. Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story. That was pretty good. That was really, really good. Oh, Javier Bardem is in it. Oh, man, it was fantastic. 90s era lore. But in any case, so number 1 is The Penguin, and like 6 of these are Netflix shows. And then you have Tulsa King at number 7. You have The Old Man, which I need to watch that with Jeff Bridges. I forgot that was out, so I got to watch that. Guess what's not on this list, my dear sailors and starnauts? Do you know what it is? Agatha All Along, nowhere to be found. The Penguin, 4th week in a row at number 1. That's pretty incredible performance for like basically a sort of Batman B-list character as the protagonist. Like that, this show is pure strength of writing. Pure strength of writing. In many ways, this show is what I thought Joker Folie à Deux would be, which is you had an idea, you had a character that was so visionary and so interesting, it just is a story that had to be told. And although you might, cock your head and say, why would you make a show about that? It just like, trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. You're going to like it. Like, only if you really had a brilliant idea. And I'm not saying that's really the backstory to this. I'm just saying this is what it feels like. Like, these are exceptional writers behind this show, The Penguin. That's what's carrying it. Because I don't think that the brand recognition of a low-tier Batman villain was ever going to carry this show. And it kind of makes me think. We need to shout out the writers of the show. Mr. Producer, where's my stack of stuff? There it is. Here we go. Series directed by Craig Zobel, 3 episodes. Helen Shaver, 2 episodes. Series writing credits. Developed by and written, 2 episodes written by Lauren LaFranc. We have several writers. I'm trying to figure out who is the showrunner of this. I'm basically thinking Lauren LaFranc is the showrunner, is what it looks like. But it looks like different writers for every episode. Series produced by... I don't know. It's a little hard to pin down. There's a lot of writers on this show, but it's brilliant writing. I'm just curious if Lauren LaFranc is the one that's the genius. I mean, it's great writing. It's a babe. That's at least one of our writers, the one who developed the series, known for Impulse, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Chuck. All very well-regarded shows. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had some really brilliant writing in it. That was back in the good MCU days. In fact, that reminds me, our dear Skunks Workshop asked me a question in the chat last week, and I didn't see it. And I want to answer that question in this stream, which is, what is the line between good MCU and bad MCU? So I'm going to get to that question in just a moment. But first, I'm just going to Google something real quick, see if I can get a quick answer. I spend so much time ripping on bad showrunners like Dave Filoni and Leslie Headland and, who are the J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay. I spend so much time ripping on them. I want to celebrate the actual good showrunners. Yeah, it's Lauren LaFranc. Or LaFranc. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. It's one of the two. Yeah, this is... she looks familiar. She's been an actor in other shows, I think. But yeah... Oh, but we hate women in this. We don't like women writers. If a woman wrote it, we don't like it. Oh, that's the narrative, isn't it? I didn't even know. I had no idea. Well, I'll tell you what, so far, 10 out of 10 show. So she's clearly a brilliant showrunner. Yeah, executive producer and showrunner. Interesting. You know, okay, if I were to play devil's advocate on this show for just a moment. Oh, wait, was I not sharing? I thought I was sharing. I'm sorry, chat. My bad. This is the showrunner of The Penguin and written 2 episodes. Executive producer, that would be Lauren LaFranc. Now, if I were to just play devil's advocate, because our own Joseph Ricci in the chat has at times suggested that the show goes downhill after a certain point, all I can surmise is that the reason for that is perhaps that it's a bait and switch. Like, you start out with Oz being the main character and you wind up with it's Sophia's show and Oz is just living in it. Now, if that happens, yes, I'm going to have to revise my opinion because that is betraying the promise of the premise. However, what I see so far is a pretty brilliant antagonism between Oz and Sophia that I think, if well done, could have an excellent finale payoff in the final episode. So we'll see. We will keep a sharp eye on it. But so far, well, look, even if it goes off the rails at the end, there is some brilliant writing in this show, flat out. So shout out and a hat tip to Lauren LaFranc, the showrunner of The Penguin. One of the best shows out there right now. It needs be said, and number 1 for 4 weeks in a row per Samba TV. Now, what else was in? Oh, yeah, yes. Now, I think we're going to pivot to another character study which is not doing well. That would be Joker Foliante, which is a complete and total catastrophe. Skunk says, LOL. Oh, yeah. Okay, I almost forgot. I got to answer your question, Skunks. Okay, you did ask the question. Before we get to Joker Foliante, I must answer that question. Stormcrow saying the title of the chapter was The End. Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, now I remember. Speaking of the blade itself, this is the weave, folks, as the Orange Man calls it. Long may it rain. Stormcrow says the title of the chapter is The End in the blade itself, first book in the First Law trilogy. Yes, that's for a reason, Stormcrow. Wait till you get to the final chapter of the 3rd book. It will all make sense. That's all I'm going to say. Anthony, you've got to get on The Penguin. It's fantastic. Still haven't seen 1 episode of The Penguin. It is excellent. It really is. And that first episode is a self-contained story that is marvelous fun to watch. It really is. The first scene is great. The first scene immediately throws us into the shit. And now we've got to watch the Penguin hobble his way to solving this problem he created. It's fantastic. I love it. It's the Fool Triumphant. The Fool Triumphant is an irresistible character. An absolutely irresistible character. You'll see what I mean, Anthony Timmons. But I have seen the Penguins of Madagascar. That does not count, Anthony. That does not count. We're getting, like, no views on X this week, which is unusual. I usually get, like, great views on X. And you know what I think it is? I didn't put any hashtags in there. Or the hashtags I put weren't that good. I'm still learning. I don't understand X. I'm working on that one. But let me see here. Let me throw... Can I throw some hashtags in? Yeah, because I could edit it. No, never mind. Whatever. Okay, resuming with the answer to Skunks' question. So where does good MCU begin and bad MCU end? You tell me, Skunks, what you think. But this is where it is for me. I would say Endgame. That's pretty much the end of the really good Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'm not as hard on Shang-Chi as others are. I saw Shang-Chi. I was kind of starving Marvin for some Marvel at the time that Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Nine Rings and the Ring-a-Ling-a-Ding-Dong, when that came out. And I mostly liked it. But I do remember thinking, like, I'm looking forward to some kind. I mean, the problem with the MCU at that point was, where are they going with this, right? What? Yeah, they did the trailer for the Eternals, which did not look like a bad movie from the trailer. And I remember thinking, like, who cares about all these characters? And even if these characters are interesting, how is this going to get me excited about, like, where this universe could go? I mean, the problem with Endgame is it was an ending. It was an ending, and it was a great ending. It was a final sign. They had the sign-off of all the characters. I love those final credits. The final credits of Endgame are brilliant. Because Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, the final Star Trek original generation film, they did that brilliant end credit scene where William Shatner and Jimmy Doohan and all the actors, Leonard Nimoy, they did their sign off in the credits, and I thought that was cool. They did the same. That was an old tradition that they used to do at the end of a series, and they did that with Endgame, and I thought it was fitting and it worked. And they essentially ended all of their main characters. They ended Cap's story. They ended Iron Man's story. Spider-Man Far From Home was good, and that was post-Endgame. So I guess if I were to draw the exact line, I would say Spider-Man No Way Home is the farthest extent of good Marvel for me. Like, that's the farthest boundary. Everything beyond that border is just trash. And I did not like Guardians 3. I was not a fan. It was better than most of the post-Endgame Drek, but I don't honestly know what people see in that movie. It's a lot of people like Guardians 3. I don't know what they see in it. I really don't, because it was depressing. It was confusing. The plot was very disconnected at a lot of parts of it. And it felt somehow unsatisfying as a story. It was like it was trying to be an ending, but also not an ending. It didn't make any sense to me. So I don't know. Something about that. There were parts of it that were nice, but I did not enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy 3. So I would say the line is somewhere between Endgame and No Way Home. That's basically where it is. Now, you can say that No Way Home is not technically a strictly Marvel movie because it's in partnership with Sony, and fair enough, but it is part of the greater Marvel canon, so I think it fairly fits in there. And so I think pretty much the only good Marvel after Endgame, aside from No Way Home and Far From Home, is basically that's about it. That's about it. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else. That's pretty much the end of it for me. No Way Home was fantastic. Far From Home was pretty good. I think what we're suffering from, if we could just put the wokey problems aside for a moment, the wacko lunatic ideology, which has taken over every quarter of our culture, it's starting to recede because people are sick of annoying little morally superior hall monitors going around and lecturing us about the virtues of, children mutilating their bodies and other such nonsense. I think we've all quite had our fill of the cancel pigs. So that little problem is sort of resolving itself as we speak. So let's put that to one side. One serious problem we have is corporate goons who are greedy as hell and don't actually know how to keep a brilliant, they don't actually understand the creative process. They just know how to monetize it. That's all they know how to do. And their hand is in the till, and they are strangling the golden goose. The golden goose has been laying eggs for years after painstaking, careful, complex work has finally paid off. And now they're strangling the goose to get the rest of the eggs. And that is basically what has happened. And what should be happening is the Marvel Cinematic Universe should be closing. It should be doing its swan song. It should be ending. And then we can do something new. And that would be my take on it. The problem is corporatists don't think this way. They just will never stop. They will never stop until they get their money, because that's all they care about. All they care about is feeding the content wood chipper. And they'll just keep feeding it. That's all. You know, listen, as much as I love Deadpool and Wolverine, and it's in my top 10 movies of the year list, no doubt about it, I detected quite a bit of corporate meddling in that movie. And one of the things that bugged me about it was keeping the whole TVA bullshit going, which I think is boring and insufferable, and I'm tired of the multiverse and the sacred timelines and the temporal incursions and all that gobbledygook. I've had it with all of that. And the reason I forgave that in Deadpool and Wolverine is because Deadpool and Wolverine was mostly making fun of it. And I'm here for that. And it bought a lot of goodwill opening the movie with Deadpool slaughtering all the TVA agents, which I could watch that on repeat, and it would be awesome. So that's kind of where it's at for me, is I just think the Marvel Cinematic Universe needed to end. Or if it was to continue, it needed to be helmed by brilliant writers and directors with vision and talent, with a franchise Bible upon which they could rely, and the creative freedom to just tell good stories. But they've been meddled with by corporate goons. They've been meddled with by activists, and it has driven it into the dirt. So Skunk says, I take your recommendation seriously. I watched Waterworld a couple of weeks ago, and I hated myself for not watching it as a kid. So I'll give Penguin a shot. Did you like it, Skunks? I take that to mean you liked Waterworld. It's I did watch that as a kid because it was a big movie in the 90s. I mean, it was a cult. It had a cult following. I actually think if that movie had been made in the era of like CGI, I think it would have turned a profit, is my theory. Because what sunk that movie is it had an enormous budget because everything was practical set design. The boat that Kevin Costner is sailing in that movie literally works. It is a literally functional boat. It does everything you see it do in the movie, it literally could do. It's not a prop. It's a real boat. That's amazing. That's amazing. When I found that out, I couldn't believe it. And I was like, that's how that movie sunk itself because it simply, that's right. It sunk itself because it was so expensive to make and not enough people saw it. But it's not a bad movie. It has a couple of flaws in that I do think that Kevin Costner's character of the Mariner, he doesn't have a real save the cat moment in the first early moments of the film, and that makes him very unlikable. He's an unlikable character for half of the movie. So that's a big problem, and I think it's a big turnoff for audiences. Interestingly, I think that's also a bit the problem in the Book of Eli. The Book of Eli, Denzel plays a character who's kind of unlikable because in the early moments of the film, he sees a husband and wife who are being, attacked by marauders in the road and literally just, keeps moving when he's murdered and his wife is dragged off to be, terrible things happen to her. And he just lets it happen. And so I think that's a terrible moment for his character. So, like, it's hard for an audience to get invested when their protagonist is someone somewhat unlikable in the beginning. And I think there were ways to get at it where you would have kind of liked his character, even though he's kind of an asshole. Anyway, it's a good movie, though. Glad you watched it, Skunks. Yeah, the Penguin is a crime drama, so, like, I'm not going to tell you it's the most heartwarming story. Victor kind of saves it, though. But it is fun. It is fun to watch the Penguin just kind of hobble his way out of problems, There's something about the way he's, like, limping on his club foot that makes him really sympathetic. It does. There's even a scene where he's taking off his socks at the end of the day, and it's horrifying. But at the same time, it makes you feel bad for the guy because it's like he's had to live with this his whole life, or at least since this, if it was an injury, since then. And there's a really great connection that Oswald and Victor have because Victor has a stutter. And so Victor has this stutter and Oswald has this club foot. And because of that, they both have gone through life being underdogs and they've been overlooked by people. So that's all I'll say. But it really pulls you in. And even though Oz is a pretty scummy character, there's enough about him that you sort of like him anyway. So there you go. Anthony says, Simu Liu. Oh, we're going to talk about Simu Liu. What a B.I. itch. was being a white Shang-Chi. I was a huge fan of the original Doug Mensch and Paul Galassi run on the original comic book series, so I'm a little biased. Fair enough. Fu Man Blue says, my only exposure to Waterworld was in the theater before I walked out. Oh no, Fu Man doesn't like it. A lot of people hate that movie. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people hate that movie. I'm one of the people that thinks it's an underrated masterpiece. Dude, Dennis Hopper as the villain is so good. He's so good in that movie. Like, so there's this famous scene. Maybe I can find it. I think I could risk it for this. Let's see here. Waterworld, Dennis Hopper. I think I can find this. It's such a great moment. Maybe it's this one. No, that's not it. I probably can't find it. I wasn't prepared for this. Anyway, so what happens is Dennis Hopper plays the leader of... It's basically a Mad Max on the water kind of story. So he plays the leader of this marauder gang called the Smokers. And the Smokers are notable because they have all the gas and oil, so they have high-speed boats and water skis that can just, like, obviously give them an advantage against poor, helpless people with sailboats. And so he's torturing a guy. Well, he's threatening him to get information out of him about the Mariner. And he says, I'll tell you what. You tell me where this guy went, and I won't kill you. And the guy's all strung up, and he's like, you promise you won't kill me? He's like, I'll let you live. And he's like, okay. And he kind of spills his guts and tells him everything he wants to know. And then immediately, Dennis Hopper's character pulls out a gun, and he's about to waste the guy. He's like, wait. You said you wouldn't kill me. And Dennis Hopper's like, what? Did I say that? Yeah, you said that. He's like, he looks at one of his guys. He's all, did I say that? I may have. And then he hands his gun to his henchman. He's all, I may have. And he goes walking away, and the henchman kills him. It's so funny. It's like he has kind of a code of honor, just a little bit. But he's annoyed. He's annoyed he has this code of honor. Oh, did I say that? I may have said that. It's like one of the best lines ever. So yeah, the Waterworld, it's a low-key masterpiece, okay? Fu Man Blue says he's ashamed he paid for a ticket. Well, you missed that part, Fu Man. Now you feel gypped, I don't doubt. Foreigner Belt says Waterworld is one of those so bad it's good movies. I don't think it's that bad. I don't. It's mostly pretty good. The Mariner, he's like this mutant who's got gills. There's a mystery about like what actually happened to the world, and like he shows this chick that he shacks up with. He shows her what happened to the world below. It's there's some great speculative fiction in there, you know? And then there's a redemption arc for the Mariner. There's the quest for land. It's a Golden Fleece story. And it's nautical. You can't deny that. Starfury says, I love both Eli and the Seafarer. My sociopathy is showing. Foreigner Belt says, it's kind of a long movie. Most people have short attention span. Back then, a 3-hour movie was a big deal. Like in the 90s, a 3-hour movie usually meant it was something serious. Like Titanic was a 3-hour movie. The Godfather is a 3-hour movie. What was another famous I remember Meet Joe Black was a 3-hour movie, and it was meant to be this like romantic epic, you know. And so yeah, anytime it was and back then it would be a 2 VHS. It was in the VHS days. It would be 2 VHS tapes, a cassette. It was the thick box because most VHS boxes were like this, and the 3-hour movies were like this. That was a big deal. That was a big deal if a movie was that long. It meant it was a serious movie. It meant that it was worth that investment of time. Now it's like they make every movie 2 hours and 40 minutes, and it's awful. Oh, yes! Yes, Gus! Excellent! Braveheart! Yes! Braveheart! 3-hour movie. And it's worth every minute of those 3 hours. Freedom! Yes. Exactly. So yeah, I think I gave kind of a mixed answer, but I really do think Endgame is the end of the Marvel Universe for me, and I'm fine with that. I think Endgame was a pretty good ending to the whole thing. You know, one of the big problems I have with the modern MCU is everything's conflicting now. Everything's conflicting because I was rewatching Deadpool and Wolverine, and there's a line at the end of the film in which Deadpool suggests, hey, Logan was super helpful in saving all of time and reality ever, which is now always the stakes in Marvel movies. Why is it always all reality ever is always the stakes now? It's really getting on my nerves, but anyway. So Deadpool asks the TVA if they can help Logan go back in time and save his universe where all the X-Men died. And the TVA, as Nerdrotic puts it, the body positivity mall cop, she says no because it's his past that made him the man he is, so we can't change anything. And I'm like, you mean you can't change anything like they did in Endgame? Like in Endgame when they literally went back in time and stole the time stones and like saved the day. And you had a Thanos from the past who became the antagonist in the present. Like, it's just so stupid to me. So stupid to me how conflicting all of the lore has become. It's another good one, Anthony. Schindler's List. That's right. Schindler's List. That was a two cassette set. It was a box set, 2 tapes. That was a big deal. You're watching Schindler's List. It's one of the great films of our time. And it is, really. It really is. It's one of the greatest films ever made, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you something. I've noticed lately, I feel like I've never seen kids be more hyperactive. Every time I see people with kids in the store, they're out of control. They are running around. They're jumping. They can't sit still for 5 seconds. And I'm like, what is going on? Because I've seen kids that can behave themselves, at least for a short period. Like if it's a long time, yeah, I understand. Kids get antsy. But I'm saying something is weird. Maybe it's a parenting thing. Maybe it's all the sugar in our foods. I don't know what it is. But like these kids cannot sit still for 5 minutes. And I'm like, it's weird, man. And people are like, well, that's just kids. I'm like, no, it isn't. There are kids I've known that are not like that or were not like that when they were kids. So I don't understand why they're so out of control these days. I think it's something in the food. And in the parenting, let's face it. Don't let your kids do things that make you dislike them. That's what Dr. Peterson would say. Now, I wanted to share this story because it turns out that when you piss all over your fans, you get what you deserve. Joker Folie à Deux box office plunges in second week. Worst drop for a comic book movie ever. It has defeated the Marvels in this category. Isn't it interesting? Where are the shills out there saying that, these are just toxic man babies who just don't like women and just don't like, they just don't like marginalized people. Oh, wait a minute. It's a film starring a white dude? Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, that doesn't fit the narrative, does it? Quote, well, it's officially R.I.P. Joker Folie à Deux, as the film has been completely rejected by the fans and suffers a massive 81.3% drop, the most ever for a comic book movie, if you even want to call it that. So 81% fewer people saw it in the second weekend as opposed to the first. I saw the flick on Saturday night in an empty theater, and I blasted it in my reviews. I did a reaction video coming out of the theater and blasted director Todd Phillips. There is no doubt in my mind that Phillips knew exactly what he was doing when he went with that ending. The dude threw $200 million straight into the garbage. Well, no, he didn't. He got his cut of that. He got his cut. He's fine. He's happy with that. Now listen, this is an excellent point to pause and just consider something philosophical, because I said that while Rian Johnson has just floated down to earth on a golden parachute of millions and millions of dollars, and one might suggest that that is success, regardless of how The Last Jedi is perceived, I nevertheless think, as a creative myself, that if your true legacy is that you made millions of dollars, but the work which you created is hated and is the reason that an entire franchise has gone down the tubes and has, sundered the fandom and is considered by fans a betrayal. Like in other words, you got paid millions of dollars, but your work is widely considered a piece of trash, and it is. At the end of your life, is that really going to be an achievement you're happy with? I would suggest that if so, you aren't really a true artist, and you never were into it for the right reasons, in my view. At that point, you're just a mercenary. I tend to think that deep down, whether he wants to admit it or not, I think Rian Johnson is very unsettled by the failure of his achievement, The Last Jedi. And I would argue the same for Todd Phillips. I don't think he's genuinely... He might think he is. He might think he's happy. Oh, yeah, I really stuck it to my stupid audience. I really taught them a lesson, didn't I? And I got paid. And I'm sure maybe some part of him is going to enjoy that for a while. But I have a sneaking suspicion that at the end of the day, this is not why an artist creates. In my view. And at the end of the day, I think deep down, I think it bothers him. I could be wrong. It's just a theory. I can't prove it one way or the other. Resuming with the article. He knew exactly what was going on, too. David, that would be Todd Phillips. David Zaslav is also absolutely clueless. Talk about Clown World. The following opening weekend, which was a massive bomb at $37.6 million. The second weekend is a nuclear explosion. Joker Folie à Deux, in its second weekend, only brought in $7 million. Again, the biggest drop ever for a comic book movie at 81.3%. The previous record holder was The Marvels, with a 78% drop. Oh, The Marvels gets a second lease on life. Interestingly, its first movie also made $1 billion. What that tells me is the fans have completely rejected the IPs. Good for them. We can also add that Joker 2 opened less than Morbius and made less than Morbius' second weekend. The only other comic book movie as of late to perform worse at the box office is Madam Web, which opened to $15 million and, unlike Joker Folie à Deux, is entertaining. That's me editorializing. And its second weekend brought in $5.9 million. That said, Madam Web didn't have as big of a drop with 61.4%. So get this. Joker Folie à Deux has an 81% drop from weekend 1 to weekend 2. Madam Web's drop was only 61%. It beat it by 20%. People were more interested in seeing Madam Web on its second weekend than Joker. That's messed up, folks. Madam Web was at least a little bit unintentionally entertaining. It has been reported, the article goes on, Joker Folie à Deux needs $450 million to break even, but that doesn't look to be happening. I'm guessing it will be on video on demand in a couple of weeks, and then eventually HBO and Max. I wouldn't even watch it for free. Todd Phillips has said he's done with DC, so there will be no Joker 3. There also won't be a standalone Lady Gaga Harley Quinn movie, thank God. The trades are also now blaming Phillips for the catastrophe. Honestly, I think they need to take a break from both Joker and Harley Quinn in live action. There's been so much Joker content that I think it's time for another Batman villain to take the spotlight, such as the Penguin, if I might suggest. Ditto with Harley Quinn, as fans haven't been responsive to either Margot Robbie or Lady Gaga. Yeah, instead, how about Kristen Milioti? Give her a shot as Sophia Falcone, the Hangman. She is an actually much more interesting character than Harley Quinn. Actually, she's more interesting. She's actually more in keeping with the Harley Quinn arc, because Harley Quinn is a sane person driven insane, and that's actually pretty similar to Sophia's arc in The Penguin. It's actually much more fascinating in her case. Presuming with the article. James Gunn is developing the DCU, and the Brave and Bold movie is supposed to happen with Andy Muschietti. Gunn recently confirmed that only in active development currently is Lanterns and Supergirl. I don't think The Brave and the Bold is going to feature a Joker. What about The Batman Part 2? Matt Reeves is presently developing The Batman Part 2, which looks to film next year. There was a version of Joker in the first movie, but I don't think his Joker will be the villain of The Batman 2. Right now, it's more of a result of Joker being so bad. I just got a bad taste in my mouth when it comes to the clown prince of crime. I hate that phrase! That said, give things time to heal, and if someone can give us a cool Joker again and respect the fans, we'll like it. I like this job. I like it. So there we go. Now, check this out, chat. Not only is Joker completely beating the Marvels as for worst second weekend drop-off, there's also this. Hat tip comic book news. Deadpool and Wolverine is back in IMAX, and it boots Joker folie à deux. Smile 2 will have the PLFs as part of its 3,500 theater count this weekend. And a PLF, that would be a PLF screen. What does that stand for? Premium large format. So a premium large format screen is similar to an IMAX, but it's not an IMAX screen. Smile 2 is getting all of those of its 3,500 theater count this weekend. Where are the IMAX screens? Why, they're part of a 3-week deal on Warner Brothers' bomb Joker folie à deux. So Smile 2 is getting all the BLFs this weekend, while IMAX venues live with Warner Brothers' Joker folie à deux. However, the article goes on, what I actually found is that Deadpool and Wolverine is actually back in IMAX. I checked my local Buffalo area IMAX theater, a Regal IMAX theater in NYC, and the TCL IMAX theater in LA, and found that 2 of the 3 theaters have Deadpool and Wolverine. 2 of the 3 also have The Wild Robot in IMAX. Only the TCL doesn't have Deadpool and Wolverine. So, in other words, what he's saying is Deadpool and Wolverine, which released in July, is edging out Joker, folie à deux, in IMAX theaters. That is a stunning defeat of shitty storytelling. By the way, I tried to watch Wild Robot. I was even going to review it for this show, and literally it bored me to tears. It was obnoxious. I despise the main character. Apparently people are loving this movie. People are like, this is a great movie. All I know is I do not like the robot. I don't like the voice of the robot. I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. That movie is it's like a sugar rush of storytelling. It's like maybe I am just aging out of cinema, because it used to be that films would have moments of calm, moments of quiet and contemplation. Films would have moods, if you will. there would be a frenetic action scene, but then there would also be a scene of like reflection and characters talking or something happening in silence or whatever. And what I notice is increasingly you have modern films, they will not slow down. They will not take time to establish a character arc. And so there are these moments that are almost kind of heartwarming in The Wild Robot. And then immediately it's another animal's attacking. Another animal's stealing this egg and she's got to chase it. It's like, why does this movie just ever shut the hell up for a second? That's all it is. So yeah, pass on The Wild Robot. Not interested. So there you go. Joker Folie à Deux, failure. Failure. Skunk says, I was that kid, so my dad put me in soccer and that worked. I mean, I guess so. When kids are asked to like sit still, it's difficult. But I'm not saying like totally sit still. I'm not saying like be perfect little angels. I'm saying like literally can't even like sit in a chair for 1 minute before they're jumping out of it, running over here, running over there, like doing laps, throwing things. It's like for not 1 minute. It's just, I'm not saying they have to sit still for even 5 minutes, but geez. The Foreigner Belt observes, I like women, just not Lady Gaga. You don't have to qualify it, Foreigner Belt. You don't have to qualify it. I actually happen to think Lady Gaga is a surprisingly brilliant actor. And I discovered this in, I think, probably my favorite season of American Horror Story, which was season 5, Hotel. And she plays the owner of the hotel. Was it Hotel Cortez? I think it's Hotel Cortez, which is a fictionalized version of the real life Hotel Cecil. Great Netflix documentary, by the way. Check that out. But yeah, so she was brilliant. She was a great performance, and I had never seen her act before, so I was like, wow. Didn't know she had that in her. It's fascinating. In Joker Folie à Deux, you would think that her musical numbers would be the best part, and they're not. She's completely wasted in that movie. Like, her musical numbers, that once in a while she'll hit a few notes, and it's like, there she is. But most of the movie, the singing is awful. The songs are terrible. They're cliche and derivative. It's Mahler, the surgeon, the long man. He stumbled on something that I thought was quite brilliant about what's wrong with that movie. And he said that unlike a good musical, none of the musical numbers advance the story or reveal anything about the characters of the story. All they do is sing about what we already know. And I thought, now that's a pretty trenchant observation, if I do say so myself. And a serious reason why the film sucks, basically. And then I found this on YouTube, and it cracked me up. Hat tip, how it should have ended. Share screen.
That's how I became a supervillain with a massive clown army.
Supervillain? I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
I don't think any of that was real, bub.
What?
Yes, I think you made it all up.
Are you calling me an unreliable narrator?
Yes.
I'm insulted. Why would you say a thing like that? I was invited on TV, I shot the host, and nobody stopped me even though I just confessed to murder. That started a riot, which caused Thomas Wayne, who may or may not be my biological father, to also get shot in the alley out back. Why does that sound so unbelievable?
Because you are delusional.
Because your girlfriend wasn't real?
Because you didn't have any master plan?
Yeah, that's not a super villain. That's just super dark and depressing.
Well, every villain has to have a beginning, you know. Maybe I'm...
I love That's not a super villain. That's just being dark and depressing, which is exactly what these movies are.
Well, every villain has to have a beginning, you know. Maybe I'm just getting started. Maybe I'll go through multiple forms, and right now I'm just learning as I go.
That's so good. Oh, they nailed it. They predicted it, folks. They predicted it. all the villains are there, all like, oh, maybe I'm just going to go through multiple forms and I'm on this great journey, and they all laugh at him. So true. It turned out to be so true. I just find that hilarious. So anyway, so Jeremy, D-Day Cobra, he was on Piers Morgan, just trashing it. Just trashing it. So yeah, I thought I would check in on that. Hang on. Ah! All right, here we go. Hat tip, Piers Morgan, and the commander, D-Day Cobra.
Jeremy, let me start with you. For people who've not seen this sequel, but maybe surprised by what a failure it seems to have been, and it really has in box office.
And they're speaking of Joker, Foliantu, of course.
It's been an absolute bust. What has gone wrong here, do you think?
I mean, ultimately, it just represents Hollywood in a nutshell. They hate their fans. They despise their fans. And if you watch this movie, it was a direct shot at all of the fans that supported.
Look at this goober in the middle shaking his head. He's all, nah, like, dude, you are literally the guy who wrote the book, The Case for Cancel Culture, and you're exactly like these wackos. They hate their fans. They hate them. They're a bunch of hayseed hicks that are too stupid to understand that Arthur Fleck is the bad guy.
The first film, and it wasn't just the fans that supported the first film. It was normies. It was regular people. It was elevated to the highest grossing rated R film of all time because of word of mouth, because you have to get normie.
Shit leftist wackos, man. They always deny exactly, you know, 1 minute they're unapologetic about their hatred, you know, and then the minute they get called out on it, they suddenly deny it. They go into gaslight mode. But no, we don't hate. Literally, this guy, it's like, okay, so you're telling me that Hollywood doesn't hate its fans that are Trump supporters? You're telling me Hollywood doesn't hate its fans that are white males that enjoy stories that appeal to white males, you know, such as Star Wars, tradition, you know, George Lucas, Star Wars, and Indiana Jones? It's like you spend all your time complaining about toxic male James Bond fans who just want James Bond to be James Bond, and then the minute someone says Hollywood hates their fans, no, they don't. That's just a right-wing conspiracy theory. But also, they're toxic bigots.
He's involved at that point in time for a film to be that successful. So there is no one type of fan that represented the Joker in 2019's success, but in Hollywood's terms, they had to let those fans know, we don't like you, and we're going to destroy everything that you loved.
There was a review in the London Metro which said the decision to make Joker 2 was a takedown of the incel-celebrated Joker 1 and gave a middle finger to the right-wing online edgelords and was a bold, daring move by the filmmakers.
Oh, I don't like seeing a sad face in my comments. Look at this. Grandmaster has returned and said, I am now back. Missed a lot of stuff that I wanted to reply to, but was unable to at the time it was being discussed. Well, Grandmaster, the captain is on the captain's time, and I grant you leave, sir. Enter into the chat. Anything you wish to discuss, and we will circle back. Grandmaster also saying Lady Gaga in real life is married to a man, which is unusual these days. Stefania is 100% straight and is from a very strict Italian Catholic family. Lady Gaga persona is just an act. She markets a very successful persona. She does. I agree with all that. You know, Lady Gaga, I would say, is a professional. She has Lady Gaga is a character and is part of her work. That is not her identity. Dang it! Internet unstable. That frustrates me greatly. All right. Roll tape.
Is that characterization correct, do you think? And B, what do you think about that?
No, I mean, it's just, it is a cultural problem within Hollywood. I don't think that, I think that those words are being, used in Hollywood on a consistent basis across the board. But we've seen this from whether it's Star Wars, whether it's Marvel, whether it's other things that have a huge fan base and a huge support system. They want to cater to that audience, and that audience will give them a platform, and then they will abandon that audience once they have the platform that they built off of it. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, you've got situations with the Joker The first film had a $50 million budget. The second film had a $200 million budget. Clearly, you were wanting that same audience to go support your movie. But in reality, not only did they not support it at all, the normies didn't either. Usually when we see a film that has a huge amount of success, the follow-up film, whether it's good or not, usually sees a huge bump in the opening weekend and a massive drop on the second weekend if it's not good. We didn't even see the huge bump in opening weekend. No one was interested in this movie. Average people, normies, hardcore fans, no one wanted a follow-up to this film. It was a one-off. It should have been left at that, but they decided to take this as an opportunity to disrespect everybody.
All right, Peter, you know, I took two of my sons to go and see the Top.
All right, I think we'll maybe leave it there. When does Jeremy Prime jump in again? Let me see if I can find it. Esther, she is an absolute pistol. I love Esther.
In rural parts of England, not diehard fans, just average people that thought, oh, let me go to the cinema today. I mean, this is exactly what happens. And unfortunately, Hollywood is going to have to learn the hard lesson that if you decide to put out content that's more ideologically driven than about producing quality filmmaking, this is what happens.
But there's also, I think, Ernest, there's a kind of deceit at the heart of this, which is this. Take up the Rachel Zegler comments last week about Snow White, which she plays Snow White. And she's Latino herself. And she defended the fact that she should be playing Snow White.
Form. Why should any sort of art have corrective measures, right? The whole point of producing art and telling a story is to just express your creativity. By saying, oh, you're doing this, it's incorrect because you don't have these 20 diverse characters or you don't have a transgender one-handed Muslim woman. You're placing constraints on art. And this is why we end up having horrible films like Joker 2, because you can't just produce what you want. You can't just express yourself. You have to have corrective measures so that some little girl in Rwanda can somehow feel identified with the Joker, which is ludicrous.
Dude, that is a brilliant definition of why wokeness turns all storytelling to crap. My internet's a bit unstable. I might be roboting here. Dang it. But in any case, I shall persist. That's Esther. Yes, the foreigner belt saying she's based AF. She is. That's Esther. She needs to be on Friday Night Tights. She has got to go on Friday Night Tights. But that was such an eloquent description of why, what I call propaganda storytelling, which is what woke storytelling is. And as she points out, it's about assigning corrective measures. In other words, deciding what's allowed and not allowed in art. And it's like, that is literally the antithesis of art. This is, by the way, I think the reason why conservatives have historically not been good at art. That's not to say all. There's a lot of great, I think, honestly, I don't know for sure, but I feel like Christopher Nolan, for example, tilts, not totally, but tilts toward the conservative side a little bit. But what I would say is that the reason that rigid ideologues have a difficult time, I think, creating compelling art in many cases is because they put constraints on things. Now, it's not to say they can't create great works of art. I mean, Tolkien was a devout Catholic. Of course, that has its place. But what I'm saying, what she's saying, is that the entire problem of propaganda is that it assigns rules to what can and cannot be portrayed, and that defeats the entire purpose of creativity. So that is why wokeness will always turn everything it touches to crap. Because even the best writer is going to be writing underneath a burden of rules. Grandmaster says, I have heard that many Hollywood executives are very upset at Joker 1's success. Many have said that Joker 2 was purposely sabotaged to destroy the Joker character. That was why they blew him up. I'll tell you something. I'm going to tell you exactly why they hated that first film. They hated it because, in their minds, the character of Arthur Fleck, I think, was about mentally ill people that have been marginalized. And they thought that he was going to be, on some level, the champion of all of the correct marginalized people. But what happened was he spoke to a much wider swath of people, which happened to include, I would argue, young men, all white men, ew, gross, disgusting, and basically anyone who feels like an elite ruling class have turned up their nose and abandoned their concerns and have left them beaten in the street, much like Arthur Fleck. And while that does not mean that those audience goers condoned what Arthur Fleck was doing, they certainly felt like it was relatable. And so the problem is Arthur Fleck represented people that the Hollywood machine does not care about, and in fact despises, just as Jeremy pointed out. They hate them. So the wrong people felt sympathy for Arthur Fleck. Grandmaster says, many have said that they were shocked that Hollywood executives allowed Joker 1 to be made in the first place. Yeah, screw them. Screw them. Hollywood is a corrupt cesspool filled with greedy, corrupt, narcissistic psychopaths. And they're getting exactly what they deserved.
You can't always have that.
Good point. And hang on, final word. Jeremy, I just want to ask you, is it the worst sequel of all time?
No, not the worst sequel of all time.
What's
I just
the
want to
worst
say,
for
Peter
you?
said the worst sequel of all time. Well, it depends on if you're talking about a direct sequel or like The Last Jedi is probably the worst true like actual sequel because of the destruction it did to Star Wars. The Joker 2, look, Todd Phillips accomplished what he wanted to accomplish. From a creative standpoint, I can appreciate that. He did accomplish what he wanted to accomplish. It's just that what he wanted to accomplish was a terrible, terrible thing. And so I think he did what he wanted to do. And that's the bottom line on this film.
I think you may be right. It was an act of self-harm. I would say that
self-inflicted defeat. So yes, hat tip, Jeremy Prime of the 199. Well said. And to Esther, of course. Always a breath of fresh air. Boy, she just she just goes right between the eyes. It's fantastic. Fantastic. As a matter of fact, I think I had some let's just get into the subject of the professional versus the non-professional, shall we? Hat tip bounding into comics. Wicked star Cynthia Erivo condemns fans for editing the film's poster to resemble the Broadway original. Quote, none of this is funny. None of this is cute. It degrades me. What do I always say? I always say the professional is not identified with her art. She maintains a healthy remove. Her art is not her identity. It is her work. So what we have on the left here is the movie poster for Wicked. What we have on the right is a fan edit, and really a fan edit. This is an edit by people who are excited for the movie and like the story. They like the musical, and they edited the poster to look like, well, this is actually what it looks like in the musical and the book. If you've ever seen the book cover, that's how it looks on the book cover as well. Well, this just sent this poor, oppressed, marginalized actress into orbit. So that would be, let me see here. Where is the lead? So Elphaba, which is the name given to the Wicked Witch of the West in the story, played by Cynthia Erivo. She had this to say. The original poster is an illustration, she said on Twitter, on X. None of this is funny. None of it is cute. It degrades me. It degrades us. I am a real-life human being who chose to look right down the barrel of the camera to you, the viewer, because without words, we communicate with our eyes. Our poster is an homage, not an imitation. To edit my face and hide my eyes is to erase me. It is just deeply hurtful. Close quote. Folks, I cannot think of a better illustration of why the professional mindset as an artist is so vital. This is a person who is literally conflating her work as an actor with her identity. She's literally saying, you have erased me, right? What she's forgetting is that you are not Elphaba. Elphaba is a fictional character. You are an actor who is portraying that character. The fans did not cover your eyes. They covered the eyes of the fictional character Elphaba, which is not you. Okay. So because, but see, this is the source of a lot of the narcissism in Hollywood. These are people that are deeply, they consider everything their identity. This is, by the way, why they hate the fans. This is why they hate the fans. Exactly as Jeremy said, they hate you. She's speaking to the people who are her. These are the people that are going to see the movie. They want to see the movie, and she's blasting them. I chose to look down the barrel of the camera at you. How fucking dare you not appreciate me? This is a bad way to live. This is a deeply unprofessional attitude. This is why Hollywood is going down the tubes. This is why film after film after film fails at the box office. This is why the Marvels failed at the box office. This is why Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny failed at the box office. This is why The Flash failed at the box office. This is why Joker Folie à Deux failed at the box office. This is why all of these things are going straight down the tubes, because of this unprofessional animosity toward your own audience. You know, I watched the Sonic films, okay, a couple of days ago. And what struck me, and the Sonic films are famous for the fact that in the first film, the original trailer showed a Sonic character that was hideous and ugly, and the fans roasted it and hated it and demanded change. And the reaction to the filmmakers, quite unusually, was to fix it and to make Sonic look great. And the result is they are now about to release the third film in what is now a very successful and beloved franchise, and which I am now a new fan. Because I watched these films, and I could tell these are films made by professionals, by adults who are emotionally mature and stable, unlike this Enviro babe. And they are in this business because of the audience, and they love their audience. And movies that love their audience, big surprise, they get love back. They get love back. Let me continue with this article. Rather than receiving a one-sided outpouring of support, Erivo instead found her post met not just by her supporters, but also numerous wicked fans who believe she may have been overreacting to the edit, which they correctly noted were being made not out of malice, but again out of a desire to see a live-action poster conform with the original Broadway one. In other words, Erivo, it's not about you. You are an actor. You are creating the work. You are not the work. Quote, I don't see the harm in this. It's just a simple edit to show how it would be if it was identical to the original, questioned one such fan. I think this person is just a fan who didn't mean to hurt anyone, one person commented. And from a neutral perspective, it should be noted that the fans are clearly right. Nothing in the edit or the post directly attacks the actress. Truly, all Wicked Mexico fans did was give, that's the creator of the fan edit, was give Elphaba red lipstick and cover her eyes. That is the cover of the book. The source material, the book. That's how it looks. Of course, as seen in the conclusion of her above post, Erivo doesn't think so, and has instead chosen to foment an absolute non-controversy. Look, close quote for a second. Erivo, this actress, she has been convinced that she is an oppressed, marginalized minority. She has been convinced that fans are racist, bigot hayseeds, and that everything about this film is about glorifying her as a woman, as an actor, and as a marginalized identity. All of that is completely irrelevant to what the film should be about, which is about adapting the source material. She should feel grateful that she has the honor and privilege of stepping into the character that precedes her as an actress. She acts as though that the work was her creation. It's not. It's the creation of the original author of the novel and the subsequent creatives behind the musical and the additional creatives behind the film. Open quote. Let me put this right here, said Erivo, to remind you and cleanse your palate. Oh, jeez. So she responds to her to these fans by just putting back the poster. The original poster. Oh my God, these insufferable narcissists that infest Hollywood. Interestingly enough, her strong comments about the fan edits have not been shared by any of her wicked co-stars yet, including Peter Dinklage, Jeff Goldblum, Michelle Yeoh, Ethan Slater, and the aforementioned Grande, who Erivo even directly tagged in her original Instagram rant. Universal Pictures' cinematic take on Wicked is currently on track to begin walking the yellow brick road on November 22nd. How about another loser? Want to see another one, chat? Also, hat tip bounding into comics, Shang-Chi star Simu Liu plays the victim after Bubble Tea Company, he accused of cultural appropriation, receives death threats. Oh, the tolerant and inclusive woke people. They're so nice, aren't they? Quote, I just don't want the legacy of this segment to be pitchforks and people fearing for their safety. What are you talking about, you moron? Wokeness runs on hatred. It picks at scabs in society. It wants nothing more than to open old wounds. It is a sick worldview, and you are a fake star. So here's what happened, folks, if you don't know. So there is a show in Canada. It's the low-tier equivalent of Shark Tank called Dragon's Den. And it's a reality investment television series wherein entrepreneurs attempt to solicit investments in their respective businesses from a panel of notable venture capitalists. Liu was a special celebrity guest dragon this episode. At one point, he was on the panel, and they were looking at Boba, a Quebec-based beverage company which sells bottles of bubble tea, both virgin and alcoholic in various flavors. As the article points out, when the time came for the actor to make a decision on whether or not to partner up with the company, rather than either simply declining to invest or attempting to explain his thoughts in good faith, Liu, the Canadian-born son of two Chinese immigrants, declined the company's offer by way of condescendingly accusing them of cultural appropriation. I think, do they have the clip here? I think they do. Hang on.
I am studying your can, and I am looking for anything that tells me where boba came from. And where boba came from is Taiwan. You know, I started this venture company for a lot of reasons, but really primarily to uplift minority entrepreneurs. And not only do I feel like this is not happening here, but that I would be uplifting a business that is profiting off of something that feels so dear to my cultural heritage.
God, he sounds like Kamala. Unburdened by what has been and what will be. What a bunch of word salad. You know why? You know why? Because deep down, these people, they know it's wrong. They know it is wrong to speak this way. He's kind of low-key ashamed of what he's saying. That's why he's dancing around it. He's having a hard time explaining it. Just spit it out!
I want to be a part of bringing boba to the masses, but not like this. So for that reason, I'm out.
Thanks.
Respect that.
Respect that.
Merci.
makes me sad how successful this business is. It makes me sad that people are, they're drinking boba with a raccoon with a sun.
It doesn't mean that they don't have the opportunity to change and do that.
That's true, but there has to be a willingness, and I have to be able to invest in these founders knowing that, that change is possible.
They didn't say no. The collaboration that they've had to this point is with their supplier in Taiwan. And if nobody else has told them that before, you can't put that all on them.
So he was pissed because they were culturally appropriating Asian iconography. And that was the source of him being all butthurt. And how many Asian people have you hired? This is why wokeness is insufferable, because it is the anti-racist, racist mentality. If you attempt to fill a racial quota in your hiring, you are a racist. Cultural appropriation? Have you ever heard of something called the Silk Road, Simu Liu? Do you know what it is? I bet you don't, because you're an illiterate. That's what you are. You're an illiterate fake actor. The Silk Road was the road that ran from the Far East back in the Middle Ages all the way to Europe. And it was traveled by traders all the way across the Middle East. And along that Silk Road was an exchange of trade from multiple different cultures. And what happened? People from Europe, from the Middle East, from the Far East, all exchanged goods and valuables that represented their culture that the other culture was interested in. And it created an exchange of ideas and an exchange of culture, which is what always happens when different human civilizations interact. It is not possible to be part of a civilization in which other cultural ideas mingle with the cultural ideas extant in our society. How are we supposed to have a tolerant, inclusive society that also rejects the idea of embracing other people's cultural ideas? How could you... I don't understand. Wouldn't that be white supremacy? Would it not be white supremacy to say, oh, no. As a white-owned business, we can't be seen having Asian symbols on our cans. That would be cultural appropriation, and that would be wrong. It's much more important that we only stick to our culture and you stick to your culture. There's a word for that. It's called segregation, you wackos. You absolute losers. You lunatics. Wokeness is a disease. It's disgusting. It is the anti-civilization mentality. It says we should separate every culture. We should stop having a melting pot. We should not judge people by the content of their character. We should judge them on their skin color. That's what wokeness says. Simu Liu is an illiterate. He is a historical, cultural illiterate who has been indoctrinated in a privileged society to believe a bunch of wacko nonsense because he has a hole in his soul where meaning is normally found. He's literally denigrating a successful business. What have you ever built, Simu Liu? Oh, you're going to have a great career in Hollywood any day now, I'm sure. Unprofessionals. In fact, let me pull up this quote here. It's a great book. I recommend it for any entrepreneur or creative. It's called The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. And in it, he explains the concept of the professional. Yeah, here we go. Hat tip, Stephen Pressfield, The War of Art. Let me increase. Here we go. A professional self-validates. An amateur lets the negative opinion of others unman him. He takes external criticism to heart, allowing it to trump his own belief in himself and his work. Resistance loves this. Can you stand another Tiger Woods story? With 4 holes to go on the final day of the 2001 Masters, which Tiger went on to win, completing the all 4 majors at one time slam, some chucklehead in the gallery snapped a camera shutter at the top of Tiger's backswing. Incredibly, Tiger was able to pull up in mid-swing and back off the shot. But that wasn't the amazing part. After looking daggers at the malefactor, Tiger recomposed himself, stepped back to the ball, and striped it 310 down the middle. That's a professional. It is tough-mindedness at a level most of us can't comprehend, let alone emulate. But let's look more closely at what Tiger did, or rather, what he didn't do. First, he didn't react reflexively. He didn't allow an act that by all rights should have provoked an automatic response of rage to actually produce that rage. He controlled his reaction. He governed his emotion. Second, he didn't take it personally. He could have perceived this Shutterbug's act as a deliberate blow aimed at him individually, with the intention of throwing him off his shot. He could have reacted with outrage or indignation or cast himself as a victim. He didn't. Third, he didn't take it as a sign of heaven's malevolence. He could have experienced this bolt as the malice of the golfing gods, like a bad hop in baseball or a linesman's missed call in tennis. He could have groaned or sulked or surrendered mentally to this injustice, this interference, and used it as an excuse to fail, but he didn't. What he did do was maintain his sovereignty over the moment. He understood that no matter what blow had befallen him from an outside agency, he himself still had his job to do. The shot he needed to hit right here, right now. And he knew that it remained within his power to produce that shot. Nothing stood in his way except whatever emotional upset he himself chose to hold on to. Tiger's mother, Clotilda, is a Buddhist. Perhaps from her, he had learned compassion, to let go of fury at the heedlessness of an overzealous shutter clicker. In any event, Tiger Woods, the ultimate professional, vented his anger quickly with a look, then recomposed himself and returned to the task at hand. The professional cannot allow the actions of others to define his reality. Tomorrow morning, the critic will be gone, but the writer will still be there, facing the blank page, or the actor, the role, as the case may be. Nothing matters but that he keep working. Short of a family crisis or the outbreak of World War III, the professional shows up ready to serve the gods. Let me see if I can find... Let's see. Ah, there we go. That's kind of a good one. I'll leave you with this quote. Resistance and being a star. Grandiose fantasies are a symptom of resistance. They're the sign of an amateur. The professional has learned that success, like happiness, comes as a byproduct of work. The professional concentrates on the work and allows rewards to come or not come, whatever they like. So there you go. That is, so the professional mindset, as Pressfield explains in this just landmark, it is the Bible. If you're an artist, that is the Bible. I personally feel. And what he points out is that the amateur is someone who is very sensitive to criticism because they entwine what they do with their identity. And what this results in is slipshod work, shoddy work, bad decisions, overindulgence. And it ultimately alienates the audience, right? This is really what is undone Rachel Zegler with Snow White, because she thinks it's about her and not about portraying the character of Snow White. It's an intensely self-defeating mindset, right? But you know professionals by their work. And they tend to be successful, not without their criticism. They take the slings and arrows. It was the professional mindset which saved Sonic. Because an unprofessional would have said, oh, what a bunch of toxic fans. They don't understand my creative vision, and just pushed it out anyway, and we would have had a shitty Sonic, and it would have bombed at the box office, and we'd have to listen to some snot-nose on Piers Morgan tell us about how fans are toxic. And that's why Sonic failed. Instead, what we got was a professional who took the criticism and said, it's time to get to work. Allow me to celebrate a couple of professionals. Mr. Producer, if you would. Yeah, here we go. Share screen. Let me share this one. Kill that tab. Kill that tab. This from Cosmic Book News. The Spider-Man 4 script needs work, says Tom Holland. It's not up to the fans' level yet. I gotta tell you something. This gets me very excited for the next Spider-Man film. Quote, Tom Holland opens up about playing Spider-Man 4 and says the script still needs work, but it's getting there. Refreshingly, he also admits the script isn't quite where he thinks it should be in terms of meeting fan expectations. Holland appeared on the Rich Roll podcast to promote the release of his new non-alcoholic beer line, Beero, and the 28-year-old actor is sober for over a year and a half now. Well, good for him. He says, I think the biggest thing I'm facing right now, which is without a shadow of a doubt, the most first world problem that anyone has ever experienced, is the power of choice. It comes down to Spider-Man. When I signed my contract for Spider-Man 1, I signed a 6-picture deal. I was 18 years old and more excited than I'd ever been about anything. For the last 10 years, I've been at the beck and call of Marvel and Sony, and proudly so. Notice how he gives credit where it's due right there. That is the sign of a professional, folks. He's not saying, oh, they've used me and abused me. I've been unfairly treated. No, he's saying, I've been at their beck and call, and proudly so. It's been the best experience of my life. Gratitude. That's what that is, folks. That's called gratitude. I'm now at a juncture where I can say no. And now that I've been afforded that power, I am struggling to figure out what is the right thing to do. So, that's from the fantastic final act of No Way Home. What a brilliant, excellent film that was. Tom Holland goes on, it's meant I've had to put my foot down in certain instances, which I haven't been allowed to do in the past. The learning curve that I'm on right now is dealing with that new sense of power, making sure that I don't abuse it, but making sure that I do the best thing for me rather than for the studio, and really the best thing for the character. Another way of putting it, the work. I don't want to make another movie for the sake of making it. The studio wants to make another Spider-Man, and I want to make another one. I want to make many more, but I want to do it for the right reasons. Referring to Robert Downey Jr. returning, sometimes I miss the day when getting the job was the win. I am navigating and figuring out what having that kind of power means and that responsibility. I'm figuring it out, speaking to people and asking questions. I've been speaking to Downey a lot, especially about him making his return, which is super exciting. That was a tough secret to sit on because I have a reputation for ruining things, and I strategically have done no lopped around secrets. Oh, what a picture that is. Oh, that was glorious. Toby had the best costume. Toby's costume is the best. It's not even close, folks. It's not even close. Tom Holland goes on, in terms of challenges or things that I'm dealing with, that would be it. I'm by no means complaining. It's a wonderful place to be, but it is something that keeps me up at night. I'm constantly thinking, is this the right thing to do? Am I going to do justice to the character? Am I going to do justice? Folks, are you sitting down for this? Tom Holland, direct quote. Am I doing justice to the fans? I definitely don't want to make just a movie for the sake of it because that's not what Spider-Man represents. It's a complicated one, but it's going really well. I owe everything to the fans of Marvel and myself. They've been so kind and generous to me. After Civil War came out, I felt like Civil War was my audition to the world. I'd gotten the part of Spider-Man, did the film with the Russo brothers, and felt like, will you embrace me as Spider-Man? They did, and I'm so grateful. I feel like I owe it to them to deliver the best version. Let me read that again, folks. This is Tom Holland. I feel like I owe it to them, the fans, to do the best version of what the next chapter for Spider-Man looks like, and I think that's really important. The creative integrity for something like that is really important. The studio is on board, supportive and collaborative, and I've been blown away by how welcoming they've been to that creative room. Look at the contrast of Tom Holland versus this Erivo babe, Cynthia Erivo of Wicked. Look at the difference in attitude. It's not about him, Tom Holland. It's about the character, Spider-Man, whom he is portraying. He says, we're working now with the pedal to the metal, trying to get it going as soon as possible. Things are looking great, but there are still a lot of moving pieces that need to come together for us to hit the ground running. I'm not really sure how much I can talk about the challenges we face creatively and logistically. One of the things to bear in mind with Marvel is that your film is a small cog in a large machine, unfortunately. And that machine, that's me editorializing, and that machine has got to keep running. You need to make sure that you can fit that into the timeline at the right time to benefit the bigger picture. So that's one of the challenges we're facing, and the time in which we need to get that done is a tall order, but definitely achievable with the fantastic people we have working on it. So, yeah, let me see if there's... let me go with this one. He goes on to say, but my biggest thing is the creative. We have a creative and a pitch and a draft, which is excellent. It needs work, but the writers are doing a great job. I read it 3 weeks ago, and it really lit a fire in me. Zendaya and I sat down and read it together, and at times we were bouncing around the living room like, this is a real movie, worthy of the fans' respect. But there are a few things we need to figure out before we can really get it going. It's exciting, and I'm really, really excited about it. There you go, folks. That is Tom Holland. That is a professional. That is a professional. Him and Zendaya reading the script saying, is this meeting the fans' expectations? He's expressing gratitude to the fans. He's saying, I'm glad I have more freedom, but I'm grateful for all I've been given. Wow. That's impressive, folks. Especially for a guy as young as he is. He got the role when he was 18. That's impressive. That is absolutely impressive. How about a couple more professionals? I came across this. I thought it was pretty awesome. Mr. Producer, if you would lower the music. We'll pause the music for this piece. Here we go. Share screen. I came across this. I love stuff like this. This is about Christian Bale on the set of Batman Begins.
Costume has to be frightening, or it has no purpose. For it to be intimidating and imposing, it had to have a sense of function that would play into the credibility of Bruce Wayne putting on this extraordinary costume.
It was actually getting made for me. There's all sorts of interesting processes that you go through where you have to have your whole body, molded. There's naturally, after 6 months of filming, a kind of a love-hate relationship with the thing, because you get headaches in that thing, and I kind of say to myself, use it. When you get a headache, you feel fierce anyway, you got no time for anybody, you're impatient. So I just said to myself, use it, and I just put up with it, This is a hell of an honor, really, getting to wear this.
Oh, that's so impressive. That is just so damn awesome. How about this one? You're going to love this one, chat. Roll tape.
There was so much research and development on the suit. It was crazy.
So this is Willem Dafoe speaking of the Green Goblin suit in Spider-Man.
I must have done 40, 50 hours of fittings in the suit, them just trying different things. So they had to play around with certain ideas of materials and how the suit would work.
We have an actor who's probably the most athletic and physically agile person that I've ever worked with in Willem Dafoe. And therefore we adapted and changed the costume to make sure that he is able to be as mobile as possible.
The suit was a pain in the ass. It was really uncomfortable to wear. It was so tight and so heavy that after a whole day in that thing, you felt like you had just gone 12 rounds. It's like a project for NASA.
Isn't that incredible? But the attitude they have about it, like Christian Bale, it's a great honor to be in it, that using the frustration of the suit, pouring it into his character. Tom Holland saying, is this what the fans came to see? The promise of the premise. Those are professionals at work. Captain salute. Christian Bale, Willem Dafoe, Tom Holland, actual professionals. Unlike Simu Liu. And Erivo. Cynthia Erivo, loser. You're the only people that are going to see your movie, babe, are the ones that are editing this picture. So you're pissing off you're alienating the only people that want to see the stupid movie. It's very self-defeating. Okay, so that's professionals versus non-professionals. You know, it's funny. Last week we had we watched a Grizzy video in which one of the fans said, you know, there's just these toxic, bigoted fans that just won't leave the fandom. They just won't go away. And I was struck by this. I was struck by that because I was like, wow, they finally said the quiet part out loud. That's what this is about. They want to exclude the tolerant, inclusive people, the compassionate, kind people of the world want to exclude people they don't like from the fandom. And I said, leave the fandom? Us? Leave the fandom? Never this side of hell, babe. It's never going to happen. And I said, you know, I need another clip for this. I use Sir Winston a lot. I needed this clip for that.
We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And should we win the day, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day when the world declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Today, we celebrate our Independence Day.
Oh, I just love that. I love that so much. There you happy Fu Man Blue. There you go. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
There you have it. Hey, did you know that the captain has written a book? This video is sponsored by the high seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare, set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodanoak.com. And when you get there, there's a free special gift waiting for you from me. Get your copy now. The link is in the description. And now, I'll just tell you, if you love this book loves you. So, never doubt it, my dear friends. Never doubt it. That's right. The man in the arena, and the captain is also in the arena, the creative arena. In fact, I am working on my next project, and you, my dear chat, have inspired me to work even harder on it. And, oh, dear Skunks, you are too kind. Says, I'm going to go buy the book right now. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. No, Wrangler. Mr. Producer has been on his best behavior lately. You have. That you've earned the compliment, my friend. There's no need to thank me. That's quite unnecessary. But in any case, the Mr. Producer's been on the ball, you know. So the next week's the weekly performance review is looking good. So Thank you, Wrangler, for dropping the link to the Amazon. By the way, the first book is And Wolves Will Eat. Yes, the second book is even better than the first one. It really is. The only difference is I didn't have an audiobook of that one done yet. But I am working on the next entry. Let me see if I can find it here. There it is. Yeah, so this is a cover design, which is probably going to change in the final version, but I will just share this with you. This is the new project I'm working on. There will be more sequels. There will be more sequels to Blood and Oak, but for now, yes, this is Galaxy Born. This is going to be set 300 years in the future when humanity has invented faster-than-light travel and is colonizing the galaxy and meeting all kinds of interesting aliens. And we will be following a star frigate that is tasked with the vital mission of protecting humanity from all threats in the galaxy. Because we are no longer a species born of a single world. In the future, we are now all galaxy-born. Galaxy-born. This will be an optimistic. It will be grounded. It will be gritty. It will be intense. It will be action-packed, character-driven, high stakes. But it will also be optimistic. It will also be a story about a future you would want to live in, even with its trials and tribulations. Why, Skunks, you are too kind. You are just too kind. Thank you very humbly. I hope you enjoy the story. And if you do, please leave me a review. I would appreciate it. But, yes, thank you very much. You're going to love it. It's fantastic. It's a great book. It's in the vein of Alexander Dumas, Count of Monte Cristo. Jesus. Jeez. The Count of Monte Cristo. Not the Count of Monte. Count of Monte Cristo. That's Rosie O'Donnell. Never mind. The Count of Monte Cristo, Three Musketeers, that sort of thing. You're gonna love it. Those were my favorite kind of films. Like, I love favorite kind of books, favorite kind of films. I love The Mask of Zorro with Antonio Banderas and Sir Anthony Hopkins. I love that movie. No, that would be Chris Christie is the Count of Monte Cristo. That would be Chris Christie. Sorry. Skunk saying, bro, we're ready for Galaxy Born. I know. I'm going to work on, I'll tell you what, I'm working on it tonight. Captain Cole Sadler of the Starship Independence will be our protagonist. But it's an ensemble cast. Sort of, it's really about the crew of the Starship Independence. Mr. Producer, do you have the Starship Independence for me? I think, yes. You have that coming in right now. Yes. Why wasn't it ready already? I know that I didn't ask for it. You must anticipate my needs. That is what you're not paid for. It's an internship. We've discussed it. Sorry. We're doing great, folks. Mr. Producer. Yeah, no. You're right. I need to accentuate the positive. I should be able to find it in short order, my dear chat. Yes, here it is. I believe I have it here. It is a Declaration class cruiser. A Declaration class cruiser. Present. Captain is shilling his upcoming work. Yes, this is the ship that we will be following. It is a frigate. It is a ship of war. It is designed to patrol the frontier and deal with threats like pirates, marauders, terrorists, you name it. Or just bad guy aliens. They're out there, folks. They're out there. So there you go. Coming soon. Coming soon. Science fiction. Look, we are going to build a new canon of literature. You shall see. Anthony Timmons says, there is a man who shines a bright and shining light on the hypocrisy of Hollyweird and its army of shillbots, a man of the people, and his name is Grizzy. Mr. Grizzy. Did I forget to close quote Skunks on something? I probably did. Please close quote. LOL. Yeah, sorry about that. My apologies, my dear Skunks. Yes, speaking of Mr. Grizzy, we have a Grizzy video on tap, and we will be reviewing it soon. Let's see. The Foreigner Belt, referring to Cynthia Erivo, the actress who portrays Alphaba, and seems to think she's there to portray herself. Quote, look right down the barrel of the camera at you. Seems a little aggressive. Yeah, you have to look at my eyes and see my agency and my power as a woman. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares. You are an adult pretender. Do your job and shut the hell up. Skunk's Workshop says, always making their job seem harder than it is. They're freaking actors. They do a job that very few people will ever have the opportunity to do for a real living. And look at how they bitch and complain. That's like, what? While there are poor Chinese kids that are mining, the lithium for their iPhone batteries. All of our iPhone batteries, it needs to be said. Or is it African kids? I forget. White Shang-Chi is so full of shit. What a pandering scumbag, says the Foreigner Belt. Grandmaster saying Dragon's Den is actually the original. Shark Tank copied Dragon's Den. Probably. I'm just being a snooty American. Don't pay it no mind. Grandmaster says most American TV shows of this type are copied from other countries. Yeah, but they're better. Everyone prefers the American Office to the original Ricky Gervais English Office. Isn't that right, Stafford, eh? Isn't that right? You never see people showing clips of the Ricky Gervais Office. It's always the American Office. Grandmaster says you have to understand that Eastern Asians hate other Western Asians. People within their own cultures know each other and have their distinctive biases. That's what really happened here. An example is Japanese dislike Chinese, Chinese dislike Filipinos, Koreans dislike Taiwanese. They dislike within their own culture. Yeah, the Scottish hate the Irish and no. I say it's more like the Scottish hate the English and the Irish hate the English. And everybody hates the English. And the English hate the French. It's called humans. It's called being human. We are tribalistic. It's only snotty, woke losers who seem to think that they alone have the right to lecture and condescend to everyone else like snotty, annoying little hall monitors that nobody likes. Grandmaster says Tiger Woods is definitely not a person that should be idolized. If you only knew. Disgusting. Well, in that quote, what Pressfield is describing is his work ethic. I don't think he's describing his personal life. Whatever your opinions of his personal life, he's saying that Woods was acting as a professional in that moment, and that a professional is able to master themselves. Really, what he's talking about is stoicism. So regardless of whatever else Tiger Woods is in his life, in that one regard, he was behaving as a true professional, and that's what he's talking about. Yeah, just because you're a professional at what you do doesn't mean you're necessarily, being a moral person in other areas of your life. That's, Stafford asks, will there be large fleet battles in Galaxy Born? And the answer to that is, when appropriate, yes. I think that in order to have yes, there will be fleet battles. That being said, I see a set piece like that as being part of a major resolution to a major plot arc. I see that as something that has to be very well earned. I think that doing a major fleet battle in a way that is exciting and entertaining to the audience, I actually think it's pretty difficult, because the human mind tends to just lump everything together. So it's kind of a challenge. It's kind of a challenge. I think historically, the most exciting battles in film and in books are usually like one ship versus one ship or one ship versus two. A major fleet action is, I think, difficult to pull off unless you've done the real groundwork. So yeah, so when the story arc and the thrust of the story has built successfully to that level, then yes, absolutely. There's a fleet battle at the end of Wolves Will Eat. My second book, it ends with a pretty big one ship versus a lot of ships battle, and it's pretty damn awesome, if I do say so myself. I enjoy reading it myself. It's pretty fantastic. It's the kind of battle I'd want to read. So there you go. So yeah, Wolves Will Eat. Like, if you read my first book and you don't read the second one, you would be majorly missing out, because the ending is a banger, like an absolute banger. I landed that bird just perfectly, if I do say so myself. So just the facts, folks. Just the facts. So yeah, so a large fleet battle would be more like a season ender. But here's the thing. I tend to think that like more likely what you would see is like a small multiple ship battle, like a couple of ships versus a couple others. That's probably, it'd be rare that you see like a major, massive battle. You know, even the final battle in Battlestar Galactica, the reimagined series, which I love, which is the Battlestar Galactica in her final battle against the Cylon base, was really cool. And it was a classic slug it out on the line. And there were multiple moving parts. There was a Marine assault. There was a Raptor assault. There was the battle going on in the base. There's the battle going on in the Battlestar Galactica. And you had several different plot arcs resolving within that. It was phenomenal. It was excellent. The name of the episode is Daybreak, the final episode of Battlestar Galactica. And at the center of it all was this deeply emotional story of like, we are doing all of this purely because they took one of our people, and it's the right thing, which is they took Hera, which is the daughter of one of the main characters. And Adama is basically, it's a volunteer only mission. If people don't want to go, they don't have to. He's like, only volunteer if you're down with a suicide mission, but I'm going to get the little girl back. And that's basically the plot. And it's fantastic. It's a great emotional core to that battle, and it's phenomenal. Mr. Producer, do you think this would be overindulgent? Just 1 minute? 1 minute at least? Oh my God. I just saw something on my recommended that's like, do I show this to Star Fury? You just tell me. This is on my recommended. Just be very... This is what I'm seeing, chat. No, not that one. It's going away. There you go. Anyway, you get the point. You get the point. We probably should check that one out. Okay, what was that? I totally forgot what I was gonna search for. Oh yes. Yes, there it is. It's from because I'm gonna do a rewatch of this series very soon. Yeah, here you go. So this is like the final battle in Battlestar Galactica, and it's just so freaking epic. The emotional beats up. There's so much that's led up to this, and I'm just gonna spoil it all. And the best part is like the Battlestar Galactica has basically been condemned. Like they found out that it's falling apart. It's literally not even space worthy anymore because it's almost completely like the hull is cracked and it's fractured. And so they've been in the process of abandoning ship for weeks now. They've moved most of the main hardware off of it, and they're gonna just send her off into and just basically scuttle the ship. But before they scuttle it, they decide to sail her into one more battle that she should not be able to endure. So this is fantastic. It's for all the marbles.
Can't take much of this.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. Dude, I just love that series. I absolutely love it. It's probably the most I can get away with. Skunk saying Pablo Fernandez is a beast. Yeah, that would be the cover artist of Wolves Will Eat and Blood and Oak. In fact, I have the cover of Wolves Will Eat as well. It's so good. It is just so good. My profile picture is my main character, John Sullivan, of those books. Wolves Will Eat. I should be able to find the cover here. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Is this the right one? Yeah, that should be good. Mr. Producer, if you would, this is Pablo Fernandez is the artist of this artwork. And I sort of told him what I wanted, and he made it even better than what I wanted. So yeah, that's my main character, John Sullivan, his love interest, Dominique Dufour. And won't tell you who that character is because you got to read the first book. And then that's him versus the villain there at the bottom. And then this is the ship that is involved in an epic battle in the second book. That would be the USS Independence. Yeah, there you go. So very, very proud of how that turned out. So yes, that is Blood and Oak by your very own Blood and Oak Wolves Will Eat, the second book in the series. And there will be more. There will be more. You will see. Let's see. What did what did Star Fury say? What is the capacity? Star Fury. No offense to I'm just kidding about the. Don't be upset, Star Fury. I'm just kidding about the English. Listen. I love British culture because it is the antecedent to American culture. That's not the only reason, but it's a big reason. I love the British stiff upper lip. It's a key feature of the British, and I admire it greatly. 100% Fu Man. You can bring copies to sign. I will sign them for you. As many as you like. As many as you like. For a small fee of $49.99 per. If I have to stand here and sign these books in the hot sun. I'm just kidding. Regular says, now I feel kind of bad. I'm working on my book as I'm listening and writing a fight scene where one of the bad guys is named Pablo. Why would you feel bad about that? That sounds super awesome. I got no issue with that, Regular. All right, if I missed any good chats, someone let me know, because I kind of skimmed through and I don't know if I got all the good ones. Well, they're all good ones. I don't know if I got all of them. Jeez. Mr. Producer, can we dump that last 10 seconds? They've already heard it because it's not on a delay. Oh, that's right. Streamer says it's fine. No. My fault. My fault, not yours. Let's check in with Agatha All Along, a show that nobody's watching, including me, except for a small handful of people. There is a type of person who gets very excited. Now, remember, the Penguin is #1, 4 weeks in a row in the Samba ratings. Nowhere in the top 10 will you find Agatha All Along. But there is a type of person who loves everything Disney does. Doesn't matter how boring. It doesn't matter how saturated with Mary Sue characters it is. It doesn't matter how nonsensical the plot. It doesn't matter how pointless it all is. They lap it up. They love it because it's content. They love content. And even on the rare occasions, when they admit that it's not up to par, aka it sucks, they still lavish praise on the corporate, multi-millionaire creatives who do not care what they want or need so long as they bend the knee and shill for what it is that they've created. They are what is known as shills. They suffer from a terrible disease. It's incurable, it's congenital, it's crippling. It's called shillery by proxy. The prognosis is grim. And it results in a slavish adherence to whatever their corporate overlords like Disney want of them. They can be bought with small trinkets, and they perceive all criticism of bad writing as bigotry. It's a debilitating disease. They suffer, folks. They suffer. And there is a man who is studying their disease, shillery by proxy, and looking for the cure, feverishly looking for the cure. And his name is Mr. Grizzy, and he has studied the shill for longer than any of us have been alive. So, without further ado, Mr. Grizzy, take it away. Tell us how we can help the shill, how we can bring them back into the fold of regular humans.
I got so excited. I was like, yay, it's Agatha Day. And I was feeling like witchy and Halloweeny.
Why, you...
What an incredible episode, witches! My goodness!
Do it again. I like it.
I think what Jack
Yes!
Schaefer is doing for the LGBT community.
That's the shill. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's the shill. Step on my face, Disney.
LGBTQ community here is really commendable and amazing.
I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to hit a chick, but I gotta tell you, it felt good. I mean,
Also, I am living for the queer representation in their show.
What the H is going on?
Darkest hour, wake thy power. So is this the darkest episode?
Jesus Christ. Eric Voss is doing fake reaction videos now. Something tells me this isn't gonna go well.
your whole aura is actually that of a pussy or a kiss ass.
The Salem 7.
I love all these. Who wouldn't want a show in the MCU about a bunch of elderly lesbians going on an adventure in the Witch's Road? Gee, that's so exciting.
Scary black dresses.
Oh. About as exciting as seeing an elderly, drunken loser Harrison Ford chase around Phoebe Waller-Forehead in Dial of Destiny.
Is this the Salem? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! No! 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 No!
Come on, lesbians. Let's go, lesbians.
What the fuck?
Like they're a freaking sports team. Like they're a sports team. Let's go, lesbians! Yay, lesbians! Like, do you even hear yourself? It's unbelievable, man.
Right him! Is she?
Is she like this in her real life? Oh my God, I pity her family. I just pity. I would never watch a movie with this woman. I couldn't handle it, man. She literally sounds like she's being murdered when she's reacting to nothing happening.
Damn episode.
Oh my god! Yes!
They're flying in front of the moon!
Let's go.
There's your moment.
Let's go.
They're flying in front of the moon! In front of the moon! Red! It's red! The lightsaber is red!
Oh, witchy shit, baby.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Put us in a Disney Shills compilation.
Yes, we need more.
Shut your
request granted.
hole, Wang Chung. I got all three of you guys for the rest of your natural-born lives. You're mine. Next time I come in here, I'm cracking skulls.
You know, it's kind of flattering when you think about it. They know. They know. How would I feel if I were... I mean, you know, I have big plans for this channel, so I imagine someday I'm going to wind up in some kind of compilation of something. Look at these bigots! Look at these bigots who hate female characters! Except for Sofia Falcone. Yeah. Anyway, except for Furiosa. But in any case, how would I respond? I don't know. I don't know, but it'd be kind of flattering in a way, because it's like, hey, you know, like content's making people laugh at least. That's not nothing.
Lightning bolt's gonna hit you. Or like a pterodactyl's gonna come out of nowhere.
Oh my god, you've got to... What? This must be the kind of thinking that goes on in the Mandalorian writing room. I sat here for weeks being like, why are they on a beach, the Mandalorians, of course, where pterodactyls are feeding on the foundlings? They just, pterodactyl gets the kid. And it's like, this is the idiot that came up with it. Oh, I'm thinking a pterodactyl should come down now.
You're an idiot. Into yet another house. Oh my god. Outfits.
God. I give you who this show is made for.
Hey! Oh, no!
We have to Ouija.
Let's do it. Let's Ouija. I've got myself a Ouija right now.
Yeah, well, you're a cock-sucking little piece of shit.
Will you let go? What? No!
Calm down. Get a hold of yourself.
Say goodbye. Say goodbye. Goodbye. No!
You know, listen, folks. So I know a guy who's watching this show. I know a guy who's watching this show in IRL, okay? And I ask him this question. And I mean this sincerely. I'm not being an asshole. I'm not trying to make a point. I'm just asking him. What do you like about the show? Do you find this entertaining? He's like, oh, it turns out that Wiccan is Wanda's Maximov's son. And I'm like, okay. Do you find that reveal, like, really exciting? And I swear to God, his reaction was like, I mean, it's cool. I'm like, oh, geez, you're really selling me. And I'm thinking, this is exactly the thing I'm thinking with these shills, right? I cannot believe they're this excited for this shit. Can I believe they're enjoying it? Of course. Yeah, I believe you can enjoy, witches in front of the moon. Like, okay, yeah, it's visually appealing. You like Hocus Pocus, fine. But you're this excited? Come on. Come on. I smell a rat.
Oh, it's like The Exorcist.
Literally The Exorcist.
Yeah.
Literally The Exorcist.
Rip off.
You know, Skunks, I think I have a new answer for you. You asked me what is the line that divides good MCU from bad MCU. I think I have a new answer. When everything became magic, just magic hands. That's the line. That's the line. I don't understand the magical powers. I don't know what the limits are. I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what it can do, what it can't do. And frankly, I put Captain Marvel in this category too, because she just has magic hands. That's a Kamala Khan, same deal, magic hands. They just do they magic stuff. And the first Doctor Strange movie had a little bit of kind of rules around it. We're drawing energy. There's the mirror dimension where we can safely try out spells and it won't mess with anything. That's kind of the makings of rules I can understand. But at this point, it's totally off the rails. It's just like, light beams. Dude, nothing will... Oh, good one. That's a good one, Fu Man Blue. Nanobots. That's in the same category. Nanobots and magic stuff. That's basically ruined the MCU, because I'm going to tell you, when Tony Stark, okay, when Tony Stark was hammering out his Iron Man suit in that first movie, and then you see him building the machine and he's designing things, and you see how all the little metal plates fit together and the thrusters, it was so cool. And I was watching the movie with a normie. My sister, I'm watching the movie with a normie. She doesn't usually like this stuff. She comes out of the movie and she's like, Robert Downey Jr. was so hot. That movie was so good. And I was like, there you go. Even normies loved it, because it was like you could see he was a gearhead. That's the thing. Tony Stark was a gearhead, and he was building like the superhero equivalent of a hot rod. That was one of the most marvelous and most entertaining movie experiences I've ever had, that first Iron Man movie. I had the absolute time of my life in that movie. Every minute of it is so much fun. And why? Because so much of it made sense. It fit together in my mind. Same deal with Batman Begins, like watching Bruce Wayne figure out how his cape was going to work, listening to Lucius Fox explain how the suit would stop bullets and it would stop a knife, but it was too expensive for an everyday soldier, like all that stuff. It just made it all fit and work. And now this magic hands crap, it's nonsense. Nanobots, it's nonsense. Anthony says I'm officially celibate now. No, it can't be that bad. Skunk says, whoa, wait. But the nanobots was give and take, though. When his nanobot suit was going to shit, he had to decide how he wanted to use it, because it meant a piece of him would be vulnerable. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but dude, when it's just like when his helmet went from being like armor that had like a mechanical function to it, and it would like slide down, to just being magic, just bzz, there it is. I hate that. I hate that, because it can just do anything. Even though it's true that like there was some element of like, clearly he was losing nanites and he had to like choose where to apply them. It still felt to me like his nanite suit could just do anything. It could just do anything he wanted. It was kind of like it was almost like the Green Lantern's power of just being able to magic up anything he wants. That's really what it reminded me of. And that is so different than his suit being a working piece of equipment. That's just such a different thing to me. So yeah, I'm sorry. The nanites ruined it for me. So yeah, that's pretty much kind of where the line goes. Starberry says pass the barf bag. Oh, that's our sweet prince across the pond. Folks, listen. Star Fury's out there. He's out there. Anthony Timmons says, now I don't feel so bad about sitting through Madam Web. No, Madam Web is it's pretty entertaining. The more I think about it, the more entertaining it gets. It's kind of an extended Saturday Night Live skit that didn't know it was. Shillery by proxy. That's the name of the disease, Fu Man Blue. It's not gold, Fu Man Blue. It's a terrible disease. We should feel sorry for the shill. Imagine having to go through your life this way. How would you function? How would you be part of society? How would you have things like taste and good judgment? It would be impossible. I can't even imagine what they're going through. It's a terrible disease. They suffer, Fu Man Blue. They suffer. It's horrible. Let's continue our review of their condition, shall we?
Oh, Alice!
I mean, good God. Just look at that. Look at this. This is a woman in pain here.
Oh, Alice!
Shut the fuck up!
No, don't! No!
Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect right there. Oh, my magic versus your magic. What does that mean?
You can be good. She was saving you.
Do you honestly care?
No, I actually don't.
Agatha, don't! Agatha! Don't! Don't! Stop! Stop!
I guess she's really invested in this character for some reason.
Stop! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I'm no gentleman.
Jesus Christ, I am...
Oh my god, can you imagine being this chick's child? Get in the car! Get in the car now! Oh my god, it'd be terrible. That'd be... Imagine this is your mom and she takes you to the grocery store. Be terrible. No, you can't have tracks!
Running out of slap clips.
No! I really liked Alex.
Oh, bullshit! Oh, BS! No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not care. You did. I really liked Alex. Who? You liked who?
Wait, what? No, what did you...
This is a strange situation. So Wiccan is the twink is actually the sort of girl. He's on the hero's journey this time. For once, he's on the hero's journey.
Oh my god, real? What? Holy crap!
You went full retard, man.
No! No!
Eric Voss, get the hell out of my video.
Don't let the door hit you in the vagina on the way out.
What the? Oh, there it is!
Nut gobbler.
All right, the hell with this show, the hell with this character, the hell with this episode. Chlamydia Burns, final word so we can get the hell out of here.
I also want to point out that Agatha all along is proving to be a very progressive show, and it was both old school and new to see these witches on their broomsticks joined by a young man. I thought that was very powerful, and I bet it...
You see what I'm saying, folks? She doesn't care about the story. She doesn't care about the actual work. All she cares about is, does it advance her wacko worldview? That's why they get so mad about us not liking the Marvels. That's why they get so mad at us. Because it's their worldview is at stake. And they want us to bend the knee, and we won't.
It moved a lot of people watching the episode.
You see that fire extinguisher there?
Dad, it's enough! Dad, that's enough!
Dude, Family Guy is so dark. It is so dark.
All right, thanks for watching.
What the hell is wrong with Seth MacFarlane? There is some fucked up shit in Family Guy. Hat tip Grizzy, a man, a gentleman, a scholar is Grizzy. One day, he will find the cure for shillery by proxy. He's over. Anthony Timmons says a complete lack of integrity. Yeah. Anthony also saying she looks like she's passing a kidney stone. That's possible. Maybe she uses it for her art. The same way that Christian Bale was using the headaches that the bat cowl was giving him. He was using that to fuel his rage as the Dark Knight. Maybe that's the same situation. It's possible. I can't rule it out. Now, a quick programming note. The link to this is in the Discord. Let me share screen. So the Nerdrotic meetup in San Antonio will be occurring this Wednesday, October 23rd, and your dear captain will be there. So if you happen to be in the neighborhood, I'll be hanging out. So just thought I would let you know. So join the Discord, and you too will be apprised of such developments. So Nerdrotic meetup, I'm pretty excited for it. Gonna hang out and not drink alcohol. So that's for me. Anyway, professionals, we did that. Oh. Dude, I came across this on my feed, apropos of nothing, and I thought I would share it with you, my dear chat. Wait till you see this. So there is this channel that basically just does modern video games and movies, but as if they were made in like the 70s, and they use AI art to do it. Check this out. If The Legend of Zelda had been a 1950s Technicolor film.
In a land where legends are born and destiny calls to the chosen few. Meet Link, a hero clad in green, awakening to a world teeming with magic, peril, and adventure. His journey will take him across vast lands.
I gotta tell you, I would watch this movie. This movie looks rad. Dude, some of the visuals are incredible.
From the lush fields of Hyrule to the deepest, darkest dungeons, as he faces enemies of myth and legend. Princess Zelda, guardian of the sacred Triforce, watches over the kingdom as a shadowy evil, led by the sinister Ganondorf, threatens to plunge it into eternal darkness. Her fate intertwined with Link's. Together they hold the key to restoring peace. Alongside wise sages, mischievous...
Easy there, Starfire. Easy, Fu Man Blue. Maintain decorum. Decorum on the deck.
Fairies and a cast of unforgettable characters, including the mighty Gorons, the graceful Zora, and the proud Gerudo. Link must embark on a timeless quest to thwart the forces of darkness. Through puzzles that challenge the mind, battles that test the spirit, and secrets hidden in every corner, Link must prove himself worthy of the Master Sword, the blade of legend, and the only hope for salvation. Get ready to embark on a legendary quest that transcends time and space. The Legend of Zelda, coming soon to a theater near you.
Yeah, hat tip, what's that? What's the name of the channel? Abandoned Films is the name of the channel. That is rad. I saw that, I was like, that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I do think I'd prefer Link as a, like, you know, more like a teen. I think having him as a kid would be the wrong approach, personally. It's a little too Peter Pan. But,
in the quiet town
so they have a Stranger Things one. And if you don't know, I am a giant fan of Stranger Things, so I have not seen this one. So I wanted to watch it with you. So here we go. This is if Stranger Things had been 1950s Super Panavision. So here we go.
Of Hawkins, where nothing ever seems out of place, something sinister is lurking just beneath the surface. Meet Mike, Lucas, Dustin, and Will. A group.
Yeah, some of this, oh geez, they race swapped. They race swapped Lucas. Some of this AI is looking a little off.
Group of ordinary kids with a love for adventure. But when their friend Will mysteriously vanishes without a trace, their small town is thrown into chaos, and the boys embark on a search that leads them to something far beyond their imagination. As strange occurrences plague the town, they meet Eleven, a mysterious girl with
that did not turn out well at all.
extraordinary powers, who may hold the key to finding their missing friend. But lurking in the shadows is a terrifying creature from another dimension.
That's kind of cool. Jeez, that's actually really terrifying.
Demogorgon, a nightmarish beast that threatens to consume everything in its path. And the truth behind Hawkins' lab with its dark experiments is about to unravel in ways that no one could have predicted. With the help of Sheriff Hopper, who's determined to get to the bottom of the strange happenings, and Joyce, a mother who won't stop until her son is found, the town must come together to face an evil unlike anything they've ever known. Get ready for a journey into the unknown, where friendships are tested, secrets are uncovered, and the line between reality and nightmare.
I gotta tell you, the best things this AI is doing is the creatures. Like, the creatures are really cool.
Air begins to blur. Stranger Things, coming soon to a theater near you. In
Dude, oh, the race swap of Lucas is really bad, though. That's really bad. That's not good, man. I mean, that's not good.
Hawkins, nothing is ever as it seems.
Oh, there you go. So, Hat Tip Abandoned Films. That was really cool. Mr. Producer, if you would say. Yeah, pretty wild stuff. So, what else we got in the stack of stuff? I did have, it was actually one of our very own. It was The Master. Is that, wait, hang on. What's his name in the chat? Grandmaster. That's right. Grandmaster suggested this one on the Discord. So I thought we'd take a look. A fan film set in the Star Wars canon. Mr. Producer, roll tape. Oh, that's true, Fu Man Blue. The monsters look like puppets. That's genius. They do. And I do love how you've got the Technicolor and the film grain. Like, that was all very cool. I also like how when they're, like, going into the Upside Down, it looks like practical sets made in the 50s. That was really neat. Dude, the Legend of Zelda one is fantastic. Like, that looks awesome. It reminds me of, like, The Princess Bride. You know, it reminds me of, like, really excellent fantasy films of the past. Like, that was cool. And it reminds me, by the way, what a brilliant story Legend of Zelda actually is. Like, Legend of Zelda is an excellent fantasy adventure story. Like, it's so cool. So, yeah. Foreigner Belt says, I've watched a lot of those AI movies, and some of them are really good and make you wish for what could be, but probably never will. Yeah, 100%. Very badass. So badass, as Skunk's Workshop points out. The Legend of Zelda one blew me away, because, like, literally the vistas of Hyrule, that is what I would think of when I played Link to the Past. Like, and also the Ocarina of Time, the way they did all the different characters, like Zora, that was so cool. That was so neat. The only quibble I have with the Legend of Zelda one is I think Link was too young. That's the only problem I have with it. I think he should be a young man. I basically think he should be like 18, 19, at the youngest, like 16 maybe. That's what I would think. Because Link represents a knight errant, you know, in like Arthurian legend. Like, that's basically what Link is representative of. He's a young knight errant earning his stripes. And so that's what I would place him in age, equivalent to a knight errant. So let's take a look at this fan film, shall we? T7 production. Darth Maul apprentice.
Our enemies will
Hat Tip T7 Pro.
pay for what they have done to us. The annihilation of our people will not be left unpunished. For 1,000 years we have been waiting, hiding, observing. But our time to strike is finally at hand.
You know, Darth Maul was like the main attraction of the Phantom Menace. Like, when Phantom Menace was being advertised, Darth Maul was one of the coolest parts of it. He was on the cover of the novel. He was on all the posters. Everyone was curious. It was really the second Darth we had ever seen. There had never been another Darth. So the idea of Darth as a title, not a name, was fascinating. So everyone was excited for that. And then he kills him off at the end of the film, and he's gone, and he barely had 2 lines the whole film. I think he had 2 lines the whole film. That was one of the problems I had with Phantom Menace. I remember being very disappointed by that, because I remember thinking, that's it? That's all he ever says in the whole movie? Like, super awesome character. And it's so telling that in the Clone Wars And in fan films, like Star Wars fans have been wanting more of this character for years. For years, people have been wanting more of this character. Because he's immediately intriguing. He's got just an amazing appearance. He's intimidating. He's cool. He's cool. No, not because we condone what he's doing. He's the bad guy. We understand that, Hollywood. But he's cool.
My apprentice. Now the Jedi are weak, blinded by arrogance and limited by compassion. They choose to deny the true nature of the Force. That hate makes us powerful. Very soon we will be strong enough and vengeance will be ours. But until then, our presence must be kept hidden. We cannot let them know what we are planning. You must protect our secrets at all costs.
You know what I think of when I look at this? Like, man, The Acolyte, if done correctly by an intelligent writer, could have capitalized on this thematic element of, like, we have to, like, sabotage the Jedi, but without letting them know we exist. How cool would that have been? How cool would it have been if you had a Jedi detective, Master Soul, with his apprentice, Osha, okay? And he is on the trail of an unusual murderer that's getting away with it, and the Republic can't seem to track him down, so they ask the Jedi to track him down, but the Jedi don't do that sort of thing, so they initially decline, but they do have one in their midst who is sort of like a Jedi internal affairs, and he investigates, and he's kind of eccentric, like a Fox Mulder of the X-Files. He's kind of an eccentric. They keep him kind of in his own little corner. They try and ignore him, but when they need something really weird solved, they get him. Because he's unorthodox, he's unconventional. And they send him on this quest. And he's with his apprentice, Osha. And they're trying to track down these grisly murders that don't make any sense, because nobody could do this except a Jedi, but a Jedi couldn't have done these things. There would have been so much potential in a story like that. And then if there had been a reveal in, like, the third act that it was Osha's twin that she didn't know she had doing this, which would have thrown her whole world into chaos. She would have questioned everything she ever believed in. How could this be possible? In the hands of talented writers, there was potential there. And yes, I would have kept Manny Jacinto as Chimera in that reimagined story, because in that reimagined story, he would have actually been an impressive reveal and a terrifying threat. You know what I would have done? Here's how I would have done it. Master Soul and his apprentice Osha, they have a little star cruiser. They have a droid that's with them. Maybe one other supporting character. And they have this other guy who is like he's their medic. He mixes potions and he takes care of them, heals their wounds, and his name is Chimera. And he's a harmless, funny, pay him no mind supporting character among a couple other supporting characters, and he's with them on the whole trip. Although I'd have to work out the logistics of how he's able to commit the murders while he's not there. Could be his apprentice is doing it on his behalf. He's the master and his apprentice is out there doing it. That could make sense. Maybe Darth Plagueis had him doing it and he's a spy. You'd have to work it out. But my point is, you could make the reveal really have impact if you set it up very carefully and delicately for several episodes in advance. It could have been awesome.
Any intruder must be destroyed immediately.
It's Green Planet. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Look, if it's a low-budget fan film, that's totally understandable and acceptable. Actually, that's a beautiful location. I'm just... But when you've been given $180 million and it's still just green planet, then I have a problem with it. Actually, I will say this, though. This is a much better location than anything that was in the Acolyte. That I will say.
I'm getting closer to the source of the signal. I can feel it.
Very good.
Wait, I think there's something else.
Damn, the martial arts are fantastic. We did not get enough of this character in the prequel trilogy. We just did not. Imagine Anakin having to fight Maul. How cool would that have been? Listen, I love Count Dooku. He was awesome. But man, could you just imagine Anakin having to fight Darth Maul in a rematch with Obi-Wan? Although there is one problem with that. Assuming that Darth Maul had been defeated by Obi-Wan previously, that would have undermined his threat factor, maybe. So hard to see how that would work, to be fair. Still, we just did not... I don't know how it would have worked, but we did not get enough of this character.
It cannot be.
Oh, there's women in it. I can't watch it. There's women in it. That's really... I don't like that.
I shouldn't have come here.
We must inform the council.
There is no time. We have to deal with it ourselves.
Everyone focus. Don't let him get away.
Stay close to me.
Yep, that's it. I've reached the limits. I'm getting a warning. So anyway, well, that's pretty cool. So Darth Maul Apprentice, a fan film. I'm getting a copyright warning. So there you go. But T7 Pro, that's impressive. Very impressive work right there. And it just goes to show you what could be done. Mr. Producer, if you would. Where is my... I moved things. You've moved things, Mr. Producer. Foreigner belt referring to Darth Maul. They're owned. Anthony Timmons pointing out this puts the Wokalite to shame. It really does. Like, it's pathetic. There was a way to get at an interesting why done it, but, you know... Everything about the Acolyte was wrong-headed. Like, everything about it. Because it was 100 years before the events of the prequels, which right away is a temptation to rewrite all the canon. You know, it's not far enough removed from the events of the saga. You just could not help yourself but involve characters like Yoda and so forth. So that was a huge mistake. That was wrong-headed. But also, it was answering questions that we never had. It was providing answers to questions we weren't interested in asking. Like, it was just so... Nothing about it was good faith. It was such an exercise in hubris, that whole show. You would have been much wiser to set it in the era of the Old Republic, where Sith are known, and just make it a murder mystery. Or maybe, how about this? Maybe it's a century or two after the end of the Old Republic era. The Sith have been judged extinct and they're gone. But maybe this is like a resurgence of them. And after this, maybe, how about this? Didn't the character Master Kiata Mundi, didn't he say the Sith have been extinct for over a millennia? Doesn't that imply that you could go back, say, about 1,200 years, and you could have it be that final battle where they went extinct. That could be fun. Why can't you do that? Leslie Headland. Well, because then I couldn't rewrite the entire lore and make Anakin's story irrelevant because it was lesbian space witches that did it first. Oh, is that why? Oh, that's why. What a loser. Oh, chat, I almost forgot. Okay, so I've talked about this before, how I'm not a sports guy. I don't really follow sports. However, I wish I did. I wish I could understand what team I should root for. Like, I wish I were passionate about a team. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Because when I hear people talking about sports, it's like they're having so much fun. And it's just like nerds talking about Star Wars. There's so many fascinating debates and questions, and there's passionate arguments going back and forth. People are having fun. They're at sports bars. They're going out. It's like an event. They're doing things. I envy it. I've even tried to join like a fantasy football league to get me excited. Like I thought maybe if I'm playing fantasy football, it'll get me invested. It didn't really work. It just didn't take. But nevertheless, the odd thing is I often enjoy listening to people talk about sports. But even more exciting than that is when people fight about sports. And so I just happened to catch this on Geeks and Gamers Daily. The angriest man on the internet, Ryan Kinel, and Jay, we're having a discussion about, apropos of nothing, a super chat came in and it prompted a gentleman's debate about sports. And I was riveted by this. Even though I had no idea what they're talking about, I was extremely riveted by this passionate debate. And I thought I would share it with you. So hat tip, Geeks and Gamers.
Jay, don't sing the intro no more. Lame, Jay. Hashtag Jay Gay.
Yeah, it's been a while. Not inspired to do it, so.
Chris Curran for 2. My Bucks made sure not to disappoint. New fan Jay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, you're abandoning your Miami Dolphins?
Yeah.
That quickly,
I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. That team is Joe Average, and it's been Joe Average since like the 70s. So I've had enough. I knew Tua was gonna get hurt. Like it was like a matter of time. Like that's all it was. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. It was just a matter of time.
I personally think that all Miami sports should be cursed for forever by bringing LeBron James in to form that super team to get a couple cheap championships. I truly hope Miami, like, that you're just cursed forever because of that. I love my man Jimmy Butler. I would love Jimmy Butler to get a championship, but the problem is the Heat brought this on themselves when they sold their soul. Pat Riley sold his soul to get a fucking championship by bringing bitch-ass, piece of shit LeBron James to the Miami Heat.
So right away, I'm like, oh man, there's so much anger. There's so much animosity. I have no idea why he hates LeBron so much. But I'm enjoying hearing this debate.
Great 4 years. You just had to be there.
Folks, this is what I call trouble brewing. There was an old comic strip called The Far Side by Gary Larson. And in it, he would have a little comic strip, and it was just trouble brewing. And on one side of a fence would be one thing, and on the other side would be another thing. And if the two were to mix, it would cause a problem, such as one side was an alligator zoo, and the other side of the fence was a skydiving school. And that's trouble brewing. Well, this is trouble brewing.
Well, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6.
Well,
not
we got
7.
2. That's more than you.
You won 2. That's not more than me. I'm a Bulls fan. What are you fucking talking about?
Oh, okay, Michael
6
Jordan.
titles, baby. 2 3-peats. And we didn't need to fucking go out and get Charles Barkley or trade for Hakeem Olajuwon or anything like that. We built that team. That's right. Ain't got nothing to say. And you guys fucking lost.
Dennis Rodman, Scottie Pippen. I don't want to hear Wait, you put a super team together for Michael Jordan's last 3 years.
Stop it, dude. Scottie Pippen was
the original
drafted.
super team. That is the biggest ball of crap I have ever heard.
Shut up,
you guys
dude.
are
Scottie
the
Pippen
original
was
super
drafted.
team. I don't want to hear it.
Scottie Pippen was drafted by the team just a few years after. And
why are mom and dad fighting? I don't understand.
He was drafted by the team. Okay,
so much
Dennis
rage.
Rodman. You want to pretend? Listen, Dennis Rodman is a legend. But if you want to pretend like Dennis Rodman was like the hottest sought-after free agent in history, you're fucking joking. You're absolutely joking.
Perfect for that team. He was the rebounder. It was a super team. They put the three best. They had the three best.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It was a super team. What's the problem, Ryan?
Best people in NBA together.
You think that in the 90s, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman were the three best players in the NBA?
For that team?
They weren't. They weren't.
What are you talking about?
All right, who else? Who else?
What are you talking about? Fucking
Name another
Karl
player.
Malone, Charles Barkley, Akeem Olajuwon. What do you mean?
They were never championship caliber people.
Oh, fuck you, dude. That is the most...
Folks, I envy this. I don't have a dog in this hunt, but I wish I did. I wish I were screaming at the screen. Shut the fuck up, Jay! Or shut the fuck up, Ryan. But I can't because I don't know. I don't understand why they're fighting.
I've ever heard.
Scottie Pippen was better than all of them.
LeBron James simpery for cheering for him while you guys sold your soul.
Scottie Pippen
you
was
can
better than
lose
every
for one of the worst
player.
teams to ever make the NBA Finals in that 08, 09 Dallas Mavericks team. The fact you guys lost them,
Sounds like a
LeBron
lot
James
of
shut
jealousy
down like
to
a
me.
bitch is pathetic. You barely won two because old Ray Allen. Let's not forget to mention that after assembling this team that couldn't get it done, they went out and got Ray fucking Allen on their team so he could bail.
Why are they
LeBron
so
out.
mad?
Sounds like a little jealousy to me.
How would I be?
Jay is I love how Ryan is screaming at the top of his lungs. A man of such rage, of such anger. It must be seen to be believed. Come one, come all. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the angriest man on the internet. A man of such fury. And then on the other side, you have Jay, who just calmly, he'll just sit there and be like, I don't know, man. We had Scottie Pippen. And then Ryan is just set right back into orbit. It's so funny.
Jealous of the Miami Heat when they put together a legendary team and go 2-2.
But they're not the only
NBA
ones that ever.
Finals.
He says it with such disdain and disgust. He says that I'm inclined to believe him, even though I have no basis to understand if he's right. I kind of have to believe him because they went 2-2. And I'm like, wow, that sounds bad. Whatever that means. Why is that bad? Isn't that like a good thing? Isn't going 2-2 like a good thing? I don't understand. I'm so confused.
But you're acting like they were the only ones that did that.
They're not the only ones because guess what? That started the ball rolling.
No. Boston was the first.
No, those were trades. Not free agents deciding to get together because they couldn't get it done by themselves and going somewhere.
Oh my gosh.
That was built with a trade. What?
I disagree. It doesn't
You disagree with facts. I got it.
So you're saying a free agent can't sign with any team because you're upset that they decided to play together. A free agent's not allowed to make that decision.
Oh, you absolutely are. I just don't respect you when you leave your hometown team because you, bitch-ass LeBron, can't
And then he
get it
went
done
back
there. And the
and
only
won a
time you decide to
championship.
go back is after that team has acquired enough talent for you to be successful with them. That's not the way winners do it, Jay.
You know what's amazing here? Because the first time I heard this, I had no idea what he's talking about. I actually think I'm starting to get it. I think I'm starting to understand what he's saying. He's saying that LeBron wasn't winning with his home team and he wants to win. So he got a bunch of if I understand this correctly, he got a bunch of free agents together who were really good, moved to another team, so that he could win and was winning there. Then when he found out that his home team had enough good people that they were starting to win again, he moved back to the home team. So in other words, he was just jumping ship in order to win. He had no loyalty to his home team at all. And Ryan, if I understand this correctly, Ryan is saying that is not what winners do. Winners would have stayed loyal through thick and thin. In other words, LeBron is a sunshine soldier, and that is detestable. And he has a point. He does have a point.
And that's why your team's fucking cursed now, because you finally got a baller.
We went to the finals twice.
I know, and you couldn't get it done.
We couldn't get it. All right, but still.
Because you sold your soul. There. Sold your soul.
I ain't see the Bulls there. That's all I'm saying.
Well, listen, we had a lot of success in the 90s. We're just chilling out now. We're riding high on it. All right? We're riding high.
Well, I think y'all had a super team.
We had the best team in basketball history, and it was built from the ground up. Yeah, you know, Luke Long, just one of the...
Nah. He knows. It's like he knows what buttons to push.
The greatest of all time playing center for us there. Absolutely, Jay. Like, come on.
You didn't need
Luke Longley and Bill Winnington. Oh, man.
You didn't need one. Oh, man. Come on. The Lakers did the same thing. They put Shaq and Kobe together. So it's like you just can't blame one team like Miami and think that nobody else ever did that.
When was Kobe Bryant drafted? Was he a number 1 overall pick?
You could. You're not going to win this argument with me.
Was he a number 1 overall
This
pick?
is what these teams do. They
need
you know
why
win.
they do it? You know why these teams do this now? You know why these free agents get together and all buddy? It's because of LeBron James and what LeBron James did. And that is why the NBA is now this soft bitch-ass league where the Golden State Warriors come out and say, well, we thought about drafting Bronny at number 54, but we decided out of respect for LeBron, we would let the Lakers draft him. It's become this pussified bitch-ass league because of your Miami Heat and LeBron James.
He's blaming all of it. He's saying, your team has turned the whole league into a bitch-fied, pussified loser league. That's like... That's so much rage.
That's why.
Strongly disagree.
I strongly disagree.
Elite.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Hat tip geeks and gamers, and that I have no idea what was said there. I have no idea what they were talking about. It was all sound and fury to me, but it was fun to listen to. I actually, you know, if I weren't interested, I would just like skip through the conversation, but I'm kind of listening and I'm just like, it sounds like they're both making a great case. I just am incapable of deciding who's right. So I don't know. I might start watching sports where I don't know. Fu Man Blue, you said what that tells me. What that tells me is that the dude was so overpaid that the team he left was able to build a better and rounded team. Well, that's a good point. Speaking of LeBron leaving his home team to try and play with winners because he was tired of losing. But then when he was gone, the team got good. The home team got good again. And you're saying that's because, well, yeah, because they didn't have to pay his giant salary. They could afford to hire a couple of actually good players. That's an interesting theory. That's kind of like saying, you know, you spent all your money on Joaquin Phoenix, Lady Gaga, and Todd Phillips, and as a result, the entire movie just sunk under the weight of its massive budget because of 3 people's paychecks. That makes sense. That's a good observation. Causality. Causality, says Fu Man Blue. I would agree. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm just wondering, where are we at on time, Mr. Producer? Okay. Let's see if there's anything new over at Pitch Meeting, because I love this channel, and their takedowns are really fantastic. Yes, what then? Okay. They have Joker Folie à Deux pitch meeting. They have the Joker pitch meeting. Borderlands is too easy. I can't do the Borderlands one. That's too easy. I could have sworn there was one other one in here I was wanting to watch. Rebel Moon. They had the Rebel Moon one. Let's do the Joker Folie à Deux. So, hat tip pitch meeting.
So, you have a Joker sequel for me? Yes, sir. Contrary to the perfectly self-contained nature of the first movie and solely for financial reasons, I do. Money! Yeah, and so this one's going to be called Joker Folie à Deux. What? Folie à Deux. What? It's French, which automatically makes the movie more artistic sounding. Are people going to be able to pronounce that properly?
It's pronounced Folie à Deux.
No, they're probably mostly going to pronounce it Folie à Deux. Big Folie à Deuce is tight. Oh, my God. So what happens in this thing? Well, you know how we ended the first movie on this note of like, wow, Arthur Fleck is the Joker now, and he's kind of started this revolution. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, great ending. Well, I figure let's not follow that route. Let's have him revert back to sad, pathetic Arthur and be in prison the whole movie. Oh. Okay. Yeah, just kind of Control Z that whole thing. So what's the story gonna be? Well, he's up for trial, and his lawyer's trying to argue that he's got multiple personalities, so it's gonna be like, is he gonna get the death penalty or spend his life in jail? Kind of no.
You know, this is such a great point. Like, the end of the first film suggests that he has become this character. He started, as he puts it, I love how he put that, a revolution. A revolution, overthrowing the power structure in the city, setting off like a summer of riots, maybe. I mean, that could have been really interesting. And imagine if Folie à Deux had begun with him getting busted out of the prison and unleashing havoc on the city and just becoming more insane. Like, that would have been much cooler. That would have been, you know, the promise of the premise is what that would have been. But instead we got Folie à Deux, which is a French expression, which means a madness shared between two.
Good ending to root for. None. And then he's going to meet Harley Quinn, but we're going to call her Lee. Oh, people like Harley Quinn. They sure do, sir. So she's also in the asylum because she said she started some fires, and then it's time to sing a little song. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, the second movie is a musical. It's a musical? Yes, sir. It's a full-on musical. La, 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 and so on. You've heard of music. I have, yeah. I just don't know if I can successfully market a musical to comic book fans. Well, that's okay. Just mostly leave it out of marketing. It'll be a little surprise for people when they get to the theater. Yeah, that they will undoubtedly love. Well, so anyway, during this movie screening that they're at together, they let a guy who executed a guy on live TV go to co-ed movie screenings and music classes. Yes, so Lee is going to start this little fire and try to make
That is a great point. That is such a good point. That was weird. You know, that's funny. You know, the first time you watch, let's face it, a bad movie. This is a bad movie. Because the more I think about it, the more it unravels. And this is a great example. When I'm watching the film, he goes into this music class with Harley Quinn, and it's meant to be like therapy for him. And I remember thinking that the situation was so strange that I was actually wondering if it was all in his head, right? So as I'm watching the movie, I'm kind of wondering if this is a fantasy that he's having, that he's not really in the music hall. He's not really, like, I even considered Harley Quinn's not even real. Like, that was basically what I was thinking, was like, she's not even a real person. She's a delusion only. But then some of the other characters were talking directly to her, and I was like, okay, she's real. So what I'm getting at is I'm letting this movie off the hook a little bit while I'm watching it because I haven't figured out whether this is even happening. But now that I know that this was real and this was happening, it makes no sense. It's no sense. Why would you do that?
Escape together musically. But they get caught, so Arthur gets put into solitary confinement. Bummer. So now it's time for a little song. Oh, again? Yes. So do these songs advance the story, or are they just kind of pauses to do some music? Yes. Okay, gotcha. Wait, you didn't answer. So now it's time for a song. Again. Constantly. So then Lee is gonna visit Arthur in solitary confinement, and they're gonna have relations. How'd you get in there? Well, maybe she didn't, you know. Arthur is an unreliable narrator, but later she...
God, that's another one. She manages to get a conjugal visit with him, and they have sex, and it's one of the cringiest sad things you've ever seen. And you know Todd Phillips is like, yes, audience, you're about to watch an incel finally get to have sex. And it's going to be as pathetic as you expect it to be. But you'll never know because you've never had sex, you pathetic incel. We hate you. This movie hates you. Why are you here? Screw you. Don't pay tickets. And I'm thinking as I'm watching this scene, like, how can this be happening? Why would this dystopian Arkham Asylum with these clearly abusive, power-tripping guards, why would they allow this guy to have a conjugal visit with another inmate? It makes no sense. How the hell could she get in there? So again, I was contemplating, well, this must be a fantasy. It must be just something that's in his head. But the movie basically implies that it really did happen. And it's not clear how that's even possible. Like,
She's gonna say she's pregnant, so I guess that's fun. So now it's time for a song. I thought it might be. And then Harley admits she made up her whole backstory and admitted herself into the asylum to get close to Joker. Hey, can we maybe get some Joker stuff in this Joker movie? Of course. Amazing. Only in imaginary musical numbers, though. All right. Anyway, then it's time for this to completely transform into a courtroom drama / musical. Right. So.
And if the courtroom drama had turned into him unleashing insanity on the city, it would have saved the movie a little bit. It actually could have, because there were moments in that courtroom set piece that were approaching awesome, and then it all fell apart.
So now it's time for a song. And throughout these court scenes, all the characters are going to kind of recap the events of the first movie. People liked the first movie. They did. And so now instead of having the experience of watching that, they can watch people talk about it. That might be fun. Maybe. Fingers crossed. So then it's time for a song, and then Lee is going to convince Arthur to fire his lawyer and represent himself as Joker. And then it's time for a song. Oh boy, he's actually going to be the Joker now? You know it, sir. Nice. For a little bit. Okay. Yeah, he hears the testimony from his friend Gary Puddles that he spared in the first movie, and turns out he traumatized him. So Joker's like, oh, I don't like how that feels to hurt people. All right. So he doesn't really want to be the Joker anymore, and when he talks to Lee, she starts singing, and he's like, I don't want the singing anymore. Oh, I feel that so deeply. Then he gets abused by some guards in a bathroom. A little gratuitous misery, sure. So then he decides to admit to the court that he and Joker are the same person, and he killed a bunch of people. Wow, well, it's definitely going to be hard for him to get out of that situation now. Actually, it's going to be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, because just then a big bomb goes off outside, set off by Joker fans, so he's able to walk out. That really did come out of nowhere. So where does he go? Well, he heads to those iconic Joker stairs and finds Harley Quinn there. How would she know about the stairs? Well, they're the iconic Joker stairs. You know where he did that little dance in the first movie? Right, but that wasn't like a public performance. Why would she know about those? Hey, shut up. So she tells him that she doesn't actually care about him. She only cared about Joker, and she's not pregnant. So Joker gets arrested again. Sneaky. Yeah, so he's brought back to the asylum. Oh, all right, back to square one. Yeah, and then he gets shanked in a hallway and dies. Oh. So what was this all for? Well, we've successfully undone the first movie. Do you think fans will kind of feel like that's a slap in the face? Well, I think that's kind of the point. It was dumb for them to be fans of that in the first place. We'd still like their money, though. Oh, and then the guy who stabs Arthur cuts his own face into a smile, like the Joker. Oh, so he's gonna be the Joker. Yep, turns out Arthur was never the Joker. This random guy was, and he cuts his face open like Heath Ledger's Joker. Right, Christopher.
Dude, this is such an important point right here. I have to stop the tape for a second, because I'm gonna tell you that, you know, it was kind of niggling at me, you know, just nagging at me when I was in the theater, and I was like, there's things about this I kind of like, but then the more I thought about it, you know, Todd Phillips wrote that first film was intended to be a deconstruction of the Joker character writ large, right? And the first film was very deliberately avoiding any of the other iconography for the other Jokers. That would be Jack Nicholson, Mark Hamill, Heath Ledger, etc. ad all, and ad infinitum. And so you would think that the second film would likewise eschew invoking any other past performances of the Joker. What's fascinating to me is at the end of this film, after undoing the Arthur Fleck Joker, which was a very unique and original take on the Joker, Todd Phillips then invokes Heath Ledger's Joker from Christopher Nolan's universe and completely rips it off in the most derivative fashion. So basically he's saying, oh yes, the most original and, in my view, fun Joker in the Nolan universe, we have ripped that out. One of the most, let's just say one of the most, let's be fair. One of the most electrifying portrayals of the Joker ever that is widely loved by fans. I am going to plunder that as I deconstruct my own original character. It is one of the strangest creative choices. Because he could only have made that decision if he were deliberately copying the Christopher Nolan Heath Ledger Joker. That's basically what he did. Because if he just wanted to imply it was the Joker, there's 100 ways he could have done that. But no, he had the character cutting the smile. And think of this. Think of this. One of the absolutely essential elements of Heath Ledger's Joker, and one of the reasons I love that interpretation, is that Christopher Nolan specifically did not want to imply the origin of the Joker. He wanted specifically for none of the characters in the audience, no one to know what the Joker's origin was. He just kind of comes out of nowhere. That was a key element of it. And driven home by the brilliant story mechanic of, you want to hear how I got these scars? And he tells totally different but equally plausible and compelling stories of how he got the scars, and you don't know which one is true or if any of them are true. It's so exceptional. I love those scenes. They're some of the best scenes in the movie. And it's like, so think of what Todd Phillips is doing. On the one hand, he is undoing his own unique and original take on the Joker, okay, while stealing someone else's own original take on the Joker, okay? And he's introducing an origin to that character, which specifically the original creative did not want an origin for. Talk about perverse, folks. Talk about perverse. Todd Phillips created a Frankenstein. The fact that he thinks of himself as such a damn auteur is offensive. It's offensive. He's literally plundering the work of better creatives while claiming to be an original artist, a member of the sophisticated, pedigreed, intellectual betters, the appropriate class of society. And it makes me sick.
Nolan was pretty adamant about us not doing a face open like he did. Turns out Arthur was never the Joker. This random guy was, and he cuts his face open like Heath Ledger's.
I gotta get my stream quality dropped for a second. Yes, Anthony says, should have called it when Arthur poked Harley. Yes, I would agree. Joker exfoliated. It's really pathetic. Come on, internet. Catch up.
Joker. Right. Christopher Nolan was pretty adamant about us not doing a face-cutting Joker thing at the end of the first movie. Christopher Nolan's not at Warner Bros. Anymore, so we can do it now. I guess that makes it okay, sure. And so then we're done. What do you think? Well, I'll be honest, it sounds like a tough one to market, but people like Harley Quinn, so if we get the right actress for that, I mean, could be good. Who did you have in mind? Not sure. I mean, someone who can sing well and someone who, along with Arthur, can be, I don't know, caught in a bad romance. I can work with that. Hi, this is Ryan George from The Thing You Just Watched. Please enjoy this slideshow.
From The Thing You Just Watched. Hat tip Ryan George up pitch meeting. Brilliant. That was awesome. He made a couple of points. Couple of points I hadn't really thought of in a while. So no, that very good. Very, very good. Yeah, I mean, what a barn burner we've had, folks. There we go. Joker for Leodoo, you get what you deserve. Jeremy was 100% accurate when he said they hate their own fans, they hate their own audience, and it's sick. I pity them. It's a very sad condition. It's a disease. Godzilla -1 returning to theaters November 1st. Be there. Your dear captain at the Nerdrotic meetup. I will be there. Deadpool and Wolverine still crushing it in theaters, which is crazy. The Penguin #1 for 4 weeks in a row, and deservedly so. Brilliant show. Please watch it. Where is Joseph Ritchie? He hasn't been in the chat in a while. I did move the time, but next week, Sunday. Next week will be Sunday, I promise. My hand to God. Sunday. All right. Thanks, my dear sailors and star knots. Skunks, no, my dear skunks. Producer is not early with the music. It's been 4 hours. It's been an absolute stem winder. The captain is, it's Mr. Producer has reminded me that I've gone way over. So, all right, my dear sailors and star knots. As always, it is my honor to serve you every weekend. And until next time, this is Captain Garrett saying, I'll see you out among the stars, out there.